Hello, Bubbles. How you doing? Oh, hello, you brother. So close, Hamnon. So close. All right. We're waiting for some tea. This is going to be about 40 seconds until we're there. All right. How y'all doing? Good day so far? Happy Monday. New week. Let's see. Where are we at? Yeah, we need to pop that out. Pop, shallots. There we go. All right, I think we're good. Let's see. No, that ain't right. There we go. Now, I never played the last one. Hello, F-Strike. How you going? All right, tea's ready. Yeah, we can do that. Or it doesn't take me long to rip out and put in a new floors, really. We can look at it, see if they have any floors on sale. It'll take me just a couple of hours to put in a new floor. All right, have fun at school. Bye. All right. Hello, Caleb. How you going? Oh, I'm on quite a bit earlier than I normally am. So, okay. What are we gonna do with this stream? We are going to work on that hideously boring bug, I think. Oh yeah, no, this was the thing. Okay. So let's not do this. I gotta speak to I should rm-rm. I should figure out why this isn't working. Maybe I should have looked into this before I did that. Okay, let's do this thing, right? Because right now Anathema is not actually working. Would you believe it? So let's go to the guide and follow the guide here, okay? So this is the dependency we're supposed to add, and I think maybe lol, there we go. Let's do this. Yeah, this is an earlier stream than I normally do, right? Let's see if this breaks now. Okay, let's have a quick chat with modprog. Let's see, where is he? I'll just, I'm not gonna at him this early. No, so this is, so the question is, should I fix this? So, let's do that. Let's do that here, right? At modprog. I don't want to add people. But I don't also I don't want to I could just take this out. Did you make a breaking change? Too many how recently? I wonder if I need to add an argument. Hello, Lampol. Hello, Apollo. Well, it depends if that's AM or PM, right? Oh yeah, you can. Oh my God, Lampol. Rust is. There's articles written on this, right? Use Rust offline. There's so much stuff you can do. Hello, Emil. How to play Rust solo? Come on, man. Use Rustlang offline. That's just the offline help. Let's see what these guys have. So you can do this, like the obvious thing to do, right? Just download everything. And what that means, just run a cargo check all or cargo build all and a cargo test, right? Let's see. I'm gonna share this with Modprog before I move on. I wonder if he just added a... I wonder if he's just added... Yeah, no, it doesn't really matter. We're not going to dig into it now anyway. I got other things to do, right? So yeah, just run like a cargo check and or cargo build and cargo test, and it will download everything for you. I don't think you have to go through all of this stuff. Yeah, and I think this is way too much of a stretch. So we're not going to worry about that. All right, we're not going to worry about this either. We're just going to go with the log file that we have, and that should be fine. With the cache that we have and the projects that we have. So, yeah. Cargo build. You do a cargo build and a cargo test. That will give you everything if you run the test as well, right? So why I say cargo test is if you have any dependencies that you only build for testing and such, right? So it depends on your... So it's a bit vague, right? It depends a lot on your setup, of course, right? For instance, if you have feature flags that has certain dependencies and you never touch those feature flags while you're online and then you touch them when you're offline, then obviously you can't download those. But yeah, really it's not a problem. I do lots of Rust development offline. Whenever I go away, every now and then we go away to this place where there's no real internet connection. It's sort of a cabin in the woods kind of situation. And, oh shit, is this thing dying? Ooh, one of my capture cards might be dying, which is the one I'm using right now. But when we do, I just before we leave the house, I just run cargo build. I do cargo build all and cargo test all because I have loss of crates, all right? And then that's it, right? Don't need more. Actually, the all right, we'll do. I can't. I gotta give. I gotta give modprog more information here. Let me just do this again. No, that was the error message. There we go. Okay. So yeah, we're chasing a bug. I just thought I was thinking this morning that I haven't spent a lot of time learning anything new in Rust or in programming in general for quite a while. I did a little bit of Gleam programming for fun, but I wasn't really invested in it, right? That was kind of a sloppy attempt, right? And Gleam basically looks like Rust, so it's not really anything to learn. But it is, obviously, but you know. But when you work on a project, I seem to be in a state of either learning or building. I don't do both. And I wonder if, because people say things like, I want to learn Rust, but I don't know what to build. And they can just build whatever, right? But when I'm building, I'm not learning. And I wonder if that's sort of a case when if you're the kind of person who learn and build at the same time, that's fine. But if you're not, like I'm not, if I want to find out something about Rust, I will just do something in isolation, understand it, and then just throw it out kind of thing, right? So if I want to know about B3 sets, B3 sets, for instance, yeah, B3 sets, then I'll dig into B3 sets, I'll use them, I just make something where I use them and write the code, and then I'll be like, okay, fine, and then I throw it away. And then if I need to use them, I'll then use them in the future, right? So very much the opposite, right? So even if you work in an offline environment, do you not have like an internal network, Lampol? Do you not have an internal network access? Like oh god, I don't remember what they're called now. Intranet. God, do you guys remember? Do you guys have intranets these days? Do people have intranets? Do you have an intranet where you work? Because you can totally set up a Rust registry on an intranet if you want to. So not only, I mean, this would arguably be better. You set up your own Rust repository with vetted crates on an intranet. So you just use cargo like you do. It's just configured to use the intranet instead. Yeah, I think it's interesting that the term offline servers kind of just like, but yeah, I get what you mean. Internets or like internal networks, then, right? Is perfectly fine. I mean, there's literally ways to do this, right? Rust private crates repo. No. Private registry. This is for these kind of situations, right? The default registry is crates IO. A registry contains an index which contains a searchable list of available crates. A registry may also provide a web API to support publishing new crates directly from cargo. So you can even publish to your own registry if you want, right? If you're implementing a registry service, see running a registry for more details about the protocol between cargo and registry. If you're using a registry that requires authentication, see authentication. If you're implementing a credential provider, well, I probably don't want to do that. But using an alternate registry, to use a registry other than crates.io, the name and index URL of the registry must be added to cargo config toml file. The registries table has a key for each registry. For example, my registry, and then, right? Even use the term internet there, right? And that's it. That will point to your registry, right? Running a registry, a minimal registry can be implemented by having a Git repository that contains an index and a server that contains the compressed crate file created by cargo package. Users won't be able to use cargo to publish to it, but this may be sufficient for closed environments. The index format is described. So this seems super simple, right? You create, I mean, okay, should we try this, right? A Git repository that contains an index and a server that contains the compressed.crate file created by a cargo package. Users won't be able to, okay, we don't care about publishing crates. I guess about publishing, additionally need to have web, yeah, so we have to run a server for that. Commercial and community projects are available for building and running a registry. So there's, okay, so there's third-party registries as well, right? But let's just have a look at this thing, right? Assemble a local package into distributable table, okay? So if I wanted to, I should be able to do something like, let's go to crates and find the rand crate as an example. And let's pop over to the registry here, the repository. We're going to clone this thing. Get clone. And then we're going into rand. I'm going to run cargo package, I think, while that's happening. So that will package this command will create a distributed compressed crate file with the source code of the package stored in package directory. Okay, so how do we that contains an, okay, so we need to create an index. You won't be able to use the index form is described. Okay, here we go. Register index. The following defines the format of the index. New features are occasionally added, which are only understood starting with the version of cargo that introduced them. All the versions of cargo may not be able to use packages, but use the new features. However, the format for all the packages should not change. So all the versions of cargo should be able to use them. The root of the index contains a file named config.json. All right, so we're gonna make our own index here. Ooh, look at that. What? Wait, is that delete? No, that's control D, you idiot. Okay. Stop doing that. Cargo build. Is this not working? Why is this thing failing? Okay, I need help. So let's try help. I said I'm just doing a test here. I might have to do all features as well. Run with the access network frozen. Okay, I will try that. I have no idea if this is gonna do anything or not. I would have guessed that workspace is not needed. It just, oh, really? There's a different error though. I think the workspace thing isn't needed. This should give us the same errors. Nope. Man, okay. Okay, let's just look at the read. I've never used cargo package. I should have picked another crate, okay? Okay. I'm guessing this is not gonna talk about packaging, is it? You know, why don't we just make our own one, right? Instead. So let's do cargo new flop. Cargo run. This is okay, this is a hello world. Let's do away with this thing. Let's do a new file, lib_rs. And then let's be config failed. Config toml. Oh, really? Okay. So I need to do this as well. I saw this the other day. Config, so cargo config toml format. I'm guessing they're not gonna have the link. Could this be why things? Okay, you know what? There's an easy fix with it. I don't need that linker for now. So let's just remove the config here. Let's make sure this is not the reason Anathema didn't work. What? What? All right, hang on. I have no idea what's actually happening now, which is, you know, standard. Cargo new lib flop. No, okay, this still fails. Right, okay, we're good. So I did not unnecessarily pest the mod prog about that. That's fine. Pub function greet. That's just gonna do a primary key. Hello. Okay, so let's do a cargo package with this thing now. Okay, 2 files in the work contains changes that were not committed into Git. Okay, so let's do, let's just do allow dirty. Okay, so this should create a target package for us. Okay, so there's a crate file. Now we need to put this on GitHub. So let's go to GitHub, togglebit, and we're gonna create a new one. How's it going, Frackery? How you doing? Okay, creating a new repository. We do pubreg for this thing. The test is the name of this thing. We're gonna make it public. Create the repository. I guess we could just clone this thing then. So let's just do that. Git blown. Pubreg. Okay, so we need to move the or copy the greet. No. Flop target package flop crate to here. And then we're gonna make the index file. Where are you? Here we go, right? Okay, so we're gonna make a config.json here, right? Whoops. And what are we gonna put in here? For example, this is what the crate config looks like. All right, we're just gonna copy this code without reading it and then we read it. Crates IO. Crates IO. Okay, that is not what we want. We want some kind of, is that for downloading crates listed in the index, the value may have the following marker. Not enough tabs. No, you're right. We need more tabs. We need tabs for days, man. And I have a browser on another monitor as well, right? But I have fewer tabs on there. The value may have the following marker. Name of the crate version. Wait, what? This is the URL for downloading crates listed in the index. Okay, so this thing might actually show us a JSON file. Oh, yes, it does. Okay, so we're not gonna. Is this the entire crate sale? Okay, let's not look into it. So this is the URL for the file. Okay, but we can just use like a raw Git URL for this thing. Okay, so we'll change this shortly, and let's do something called like an index.json here, and then what are we gonna put in here? We're gonna have crate, the name of the crate. So this is supposed to be. Okay, so the .crate file. Okay, so it should not be. It should be .crate. No. Okay, hang on. I am making a mess of this thing. The root of the index contains a file named config.json, which contains JSON information used by cargo for accessing the register. This is an example of what the crates IO config file looks like. So if we go to crates.io/config, we should see that. I am mistaken. It just goes there. This is the key for downloading crates listed in the index. This is what I don't get. So this is supposed to be like an endpoint containing all the crates, right? So this is one crate. There is not a lot in here. I think this is trunk. No, it's the next and previous. Okay, gotcha. Nice. All right, cool. We're going to ignore this for now. So this is listing the crates. The value may have the following markers, which will be replaced with a corresponding value. Oh, right. Oh my God. You can inject this into the URL. Okay, gotcha. This is the base URL for the web API. This key is optional. Okay, we're not going to have API, so that's easy enough then, right? No, config, JSON. All right, that can go. Oh, and because it's JSON, and JSON sucks, I'll do that. If none of the markers are present, then the value crate version download is appended to the end. API. This is the base URL for the web API. It's optional. Auth required. Okay, the download endpoint should send the .crate file for the requested package. Okay, so we're gonna use something like let's just commit this then, right? This should be what should we have for this thing? Let's just push some things in there so we can grab it. All right. So we have some files up there, and then we can go to the raw version of this thing. There we go. So this is going to be the root URL inside our config. I don't think this is going to be too bad. This is supposed to give us a list, right? But I don't think that's right. So what's confusing me is like these additional keys. The download endpoint should send the crate file for requested package, cargo supports, blah. and this. The rest of the index contains one file for each package, where the file name is the name of the package in lowercase. Each version of the package is a separate line in the file. The files are organized in a tier of directories. Packages with one character name are placed in directory named 1, 2, and so on and so forth, right? And since our package is called flop, that means that we're gonna have a 4 in here. So we're gonna move flop into 4. Oh wait. All other are stored in directories named first 2, second 2, with the top directory is the first 2 characters of the package and the next is the third and fourth. Okay, right. So I jumped the gun a little bit. So 4 is actually FL and then OP, and we're going to move flop into OP. Okay. So if we do a tree here, we have flop containing flop. Gotcha. The index file names are in lowercase. The field that contains package names are index JSON are case sensitive. Okay. Registers should consider enforcing limitations on package names added to the. Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right. Each line in a package file contains a JSON object that describes a published version of the package. The following is a pretty printed example with comments. Wait, but is this the package file then? The JSON object should not be modified after they're added except for the yanked field. I'm feeling really stupid reading this now. Like I'm struggling to untangle this thing. The root of the index contains a file named config.json, which contains JSON information used by cargo for accessing the registry. This is an example of, all right, so this is just pointing to crates, and this is giving us a list back. But what generates the list? This is giving us this list. So it has crates, but there is nothing called crates in here. There is no mentioning of a field named crates, which is confusing. So this has crates and meta, but it doesn't say anything about that. The root of the index file contains a file named config, which contains the JSON information used by cargo for accessing the registry. This is an example of what the crates.io config file looks like. Yeah, and this thing gives us that list, but there's nothing explaining how that list is created. This is the URL for downloading crates listed in the index. The value may have the following marker, which we replace with the corresponding value. So a prefix directly computed from the crate name, for example, a crate name cargo. Yeah, and we know why. If none of the markers are present, then the value crate version download is appended to the end. This is the base URL for the web API. We don't care about that, and we don't care about that. The download endpoint should send a .crate file for the requested package. Yeah, but how? Cargo supports all this nonsense. The rest of the index repository contains one file for each package. Yeah, we got that with the corresponding directory name. Each version of the package is a separate line in the file. The files are organized in a tier of directories. Although the index file names are in lowercase, blah. This does not explain this part. Where does this meta information and this come from then? Okay, maybe it's just the root and that's it then, right? Let's just do git add, git commit, initial to perfect. There we go. No, it's a little bit confusing, but I'm gonna try it now. So I can set up a new project here, cargo, new user it. All right, fair enough. And then to use this registry, all we have to do in our... hang on, we shouldn't have to do this. We should be able to do this per project though. Instead of always passing the registry command line, the default registry will be set in cargo. Okay, now we can do registry. Oh no, that's for publish. Setting package publish key in the cargo toml restricts. Can we make a unique cargo config? I want to write you a letter, but my ink pot runs dry. I guess it was a quill issue. I was gonna go and work out this morning, but I didn't have it in me. I guess it was a will issue. Sorry, I had to skip like 30 even worse ones before I got there. So a cargo config, we might be able to do this on a per project basis. Yes. Okay, that's good. So we can do a cargo directory here, right? So project, cargo, and then a config in there. Wait, is it a config.json? No, it's a toml file. Toml. How you doing this morning, cat person? That is fun. Again, I haven't caught you like streaming, but it's really fun that you're getting into it. It's really cool. Are you enjoying it? Or maybe it's like too early to say. Why did I kind of skipped a little bit there. Okay, here we go. Good, thanks. Good. So we're gonna use this for our registry then. And we have a file in our registry called flop. So can I do cargo add flop? It can't be that easy. No, this is going to create IO. That's rubbish. And also I should have picked something that... What's this flop crate I just added now? Damn it. Yeah, it's a bit... floppy disk facade. Yeah, it's a bit early for me. I'm enjoying it so far, but talking to a monitor is weird. It is weird, but I'm so used to it now. I think talking into a camera... for my attempts at YouTube videos is a lot harder because now I can respond to feedback from other people. When you're recording a video and you spend 8 hours talking into a lens, that's a bit weird. All right, so I did a bad thing naming it flop. This thing, oh, hang on. Well, shouldn't that have worked though? To use a registry other than create, the name and index URL array must be added to cargo config file. The registries table has a key for each registry. The index key should be a URL to a Git repository with the registry's index or a cargo sparse registry URL with a sparse prefix. A crate can then depend on a crate from another registry by specifying the registry key and value of the registry's name in the dependency. Okay, so all right, so I'm a Muppet. Toml. So we need to have flop here. All right. Cargo clean. Okay, cargo check. All right, so we're getting a 404 for that one. Because of this thing. Okay, but we have this. Hello, Liminox. So we're actually using this now. I do. Oh man, I was so tired. Watched a bit of TV and went to bed after stream yesterday. I woke up this morning. The reason I'm streaming early because I sat down to do accounting and I realized how boring it is. And I was like, I can't look at these numbers, man. I'm dying on the inside. Let's go and stream instead. I'm really, Liminox, I'm just procrastinating from making videos. That's all I'm doing. When I'm not streaming, I'm just constantly thinking about making videos. What videos should I make? I don't like any of the videos. I despise my own mediocrity. It's like, it's a very dark place, okay? You mediocre, get out of here. Okay, so this is supposed to go to an git index. And I thought that's what we did. But this looks like the index, right? Okay, you know what? This is not listed anywhere, but I'm just going to copy this and put this into an actual index file up here. So we'll do like an index.json here. And we're going to have crates. Can I just see this as raw JSON maybe? There we go. Okay, now you know what? That was pretty print. There you go, right? Just give me that part. And don't grab the comma because JSON hates humans, right? Really? Alright, that's the wrong button. There we go. Okay, I need to see the whole thing. Alright, so crates, we don't really care about this. Oh, this is a test. Downloads, no. I'm guessing a lot of these things is... Maybe we can probably get rid of all of this stuff. Right, and then we're missing a closing bracket there. Wait, this is definitely initial 3 now. This is how we're gonna do it. Yeah, we're exploring like a private registry. So this thing needs to go to index.json. All right. Got. This is definitely initial 4 now. We're just gonna go with. Okay. No. It's getting a 404, which is weird. Well, okay, let's go to the index.json file then, right? Let's do that. Did I not change the... Oh, shit. Not this again. All right, go over there. You go over there. Collapse this. It's a crate company. I'm gonna make this mistake again. I should not have the alt key there, but you know what? I'm gonna go with it. Let's edit the config.json. So that points to the index.json file now. And that's our config.json. All right, let's try this again, right? Let's edit the config toml. So this goes to config.json. Maybe it shouldn't have config.json there, right? Cover check. Check. Damn it. Why are we getting a 404 there? I don't get that, Small Knight. I was so looking forward to having completely knackered arms today. I got nothing. I lifted, I did bicep curls and triceps for 45 minutes. All right. Well, which obviously, if you do like one curl and then you sit there and wait for 45 minutes, doesn't mean a lot. But we're talking 1 minute weight per set, 6 sets per exercise, 3-minute weight per exercise for 45 minutes. All right. I started off with an easy curl bar, moved over to a, what do they call, like the V grip push down, to incline curls, to close grip pull downs, 45 minutes, completely toasted. Feel nothing. I feel absolutely nothing. I am so disappointed. I don't know what to do, right? I don't get a pump. I don't get sore. I get nothing. Never been to the gym in my whole life. If there's one regret I have, I don't really have regrets, but if there's one thing I could change, that is, I wish I knew what I know now about certain things, and I wish I would have started lifting at the age of 20. Not because any other reason than my life quality has improved. My mental health has improved so significantly after I started. Well, if you're not warmed up the first 20 minutes, you're gonna be warmed up the next 20 minutes, right? It could be that I hadn't recovered from the previous session, right? Because you're not human. 12 by 3 spread out between bicep, tricep, lat, pull down, chest fly, and chest press. So you're basically describing my program here in a shallow. I do other things as well, but I do chest and tricep one day, back and bicep the other day, rest, chest, back, right? Chest, tricep, back, bicep, right? So I have 1 day rest, and then I hit 2 days of that, right? I used to have 5-day workouts. Now it's 5 days, 4 days, right? Because maths, right? Yeah, and that's that, but that's it, right? I lift until you get halfway up, and then it stopped. You can't physically move it, and I even did drop sets last time. No, man, my hams are sore, Mopa. Damn, they are sore. I did, I don't know what they call dumbbell, not deadlifts. You know, when you have the dumbbells and you follow your legs down and then you go up, and then you follow your legs down and you go up. I got weak hams, right? I don't need a bar for that. Don't skip leg day now. And I do calf raises as well. But is it like a, let's have a look. Dumbbell. Deadlift? I don't think it's deadlift. Yeah, okay. It is this. But yeah, my hamstrings are super short, right? I can't touch my toes. So I get to about there and then up again. And that took a lot more than I thought it would, right? You can also do really slow. Oh man, every one of my reps are controlled, and there's no ego lifting. There's no bro-ness in anything. No, I've had this since I was a child, basically. I've never been able to sort of sit with my back straight like an L. Like, you know, most kids, you can sort of just fold them up and put them in a box. I mean, that's how we save space. But as a child, I could never sit with my back straight up. I mean, I probably could when I was a baby, but when I got older. Born to shrimp, exactly, right? There's no, the back is like a C. I'm very concerned about that when I'm doing anything in the gym, though, but that all you have to do is look forward. When you go down, you look forward and then up again, right? But I do get a good stretch from it, right? But there's everything I do. It's not too slow, but there's no throwing anything. There's no rocking anything. Everything is constant focus on form and doing controlled eccentric and concentrics, right? Yeah, you were going, man. You were getting into the swing of it. Have you considered maybe you're part mollusk? I don't know, man. Maybe. I mean, I do like to sit underneath boats and yell. Okay, anyway, let's not get into that conversation. Don't nobody want to talk about that. So, okay, let's have a look at the config that we have here. Let's have a look at what this thing looks like. So this is supposed to go here. And if we go there, we can see our crates here, okay? We have the one crate. And what's this file called? It's called config. And was that the name of the file? Okay, so now we're looking at this thing. Here we go, right? Okay, the root of the index contains a file named config.json, which contains JSON information used by cargo for accessing the registry. This is an example of what crates IO config looks like. Okay, so our DL points to a URL that if we follow this thing now, we should get our registry. Yeah, but I think we're not getting here. We're not getting to this config.json file. Oh no, I do that as well, right? And I've even gone to the point where I have complete form breakdown, right? I did drop sets until I couldn't curl 7.5 kilos, right? And that's practically a carton of milk, for those of you who don't know. It's not. It's a few cartons of milk, but still, right? 7.5 kilos. I got nothing. All right. I might just change my I might just try to find a different exercise. Right? Do you want no toggle stream? Because this is how we get there. 7.5 kilos, approximately 1 cat. Yeah, it's not heavy, right? It's not heavy. Okay, back to the code. We talk way too much about fitness in this programming stream. So the root of the index contains a file named config.json. So that to me sounds like we should not specify the config.json, or yeah, config.json. And we should be able to go here to config.json, but we can't. This doesn't do anything. Surely it's not a .config. That would be rubbish. I don't get it, right? What am I doing wrong here? Man, I get so high from working out. Sometimes I am concerned driving the car home. I'm like, right. That's probably true, but isn't this even more of a reason to work out? To keep, I would say, if you don't work out, would you not lose your ability to like move the hole in your armpit, right? Wouldn't you lose your ability to have like good range of motions when you do that? Do you think we have a reception? Wait. I don't pay $1,200 to work out, Small. I don't have a posh gym. All right. Enough workout talk, right? Nerds, we all know we just talk the talk, right? But none of us has actually been outside since 2021, okay? Gym is hard. Yeah, it is hard, especially when you have an injury. I've hurt my shoulders and I've had like lots of inflammations and stuff. So my workouts have been super low and shit as well, man. I feel you though, I know. Okay, enough workout talk. Moving on. The root of the index contains a file named config.json, which contains the JSON information used by cargo for access to registry. But it doesn't though. There is no config.json here, you lying scumbag. Sort your shit out. Okay? I'll rage quit. Where is config.json on crates.io? Right? Okay. How to fix updates could fail. Oh boy, they have the sparse index now. Maybe. Oh, we're here again. Get out of there, right? This is the URL for downloading crates listed in the index, but it isn't. the URL for downloading crates list. Okay, someone else must have a test cargo registry. Test private cargo registry. There we go. Okay, do we have to go here? No, I can't go there. JFrog, maybe you have the answer. Good website. All right, that's all right. There we go. Install Crates.io locally. Wait, what? This might be even more interesting. We're not going to do this though. There are three main ways to go about setting up a private cargo registry. You can use either private or public cloud infrastructure for these approaches. Okay, I'm not going to get stuck on typos now. The first approach to setting up a private cargo registry is to install Crates.io locally. Crates.io is open source software, and although it's designed primarily to power the public Crates.io website, you can also download and install the software on a server you control. Full installation instructions for Crates.io are available here. Where? Here? But in short, you need a server environment provision with the following prerequisites. I guess we can look at that one if we wanted to. Using a Git, okay, this is what I want. Another approach is installing a private cargo registry is to configure a Git repository to serve as a cargo registry. On this strategy, which is explained in more detail in this blog post, you host your cargo packages in a Git repo and you pull them from there in a fashion that is similar to most ways to the process you'd use with a registry like Crates.io. To do this, you'll first need a Git repository. You can set one up on your own server or using hosted blah. You need to create an index file that tells Rust how to pull packages from your Git repository. Do this by creating a JSON file that looks something like the following. Oh, okay. Wait, what the heck? The DL field tells Rust the path to your Git repository. The second entry identifies a cargo package that exists in that repository. This is nothing like what I've been reading here. All right, we'll look at this thing first. We'll see how this differs. So this DL. Okay, so but this is pointing to the crate file. Is this just for one crate then? How to pull packages from... Do this by creating a JSON file that looks something like the following. Okay. The DL field tells Rust the path to your GitHub repository. The second entry identifies a cargo package that exists in that repository. You need to add a similar line for each package you want to make available through the registry. Okay. So the .crate is the downloadable file, but this is how's it going, Balrog? So this is a bit weird, and this is not even remotely mentioned in here. The root of the index contains a file named config.json, which contains JSON information used by Cargo for accessing the registry. This is an example of what the crates.io config file looks like. The keys are, this is the URL for downloading crates listed in the index. All right. The value may have the following markers, which will be replaced with the corresponding value. Okay. If none are present, then crate version download is appended to the end. Okay, so the whole... Oh my god, why is this so confusing? The download endpoint should send the crate file for the requested package. Okay. So, all right, so this is per package. But this is, how do we... Okay, is this going to be a collection then? So should it be something like the... should be a list then? With one of these per... And then not index.json. Instead, we have to go for... Let me find the package file. Okay, we probably have to move the flop crate then. So that will be... Can we just see this raw path of this thing? So main, and then probably just crate. Version. Dot crate. Like that. Wait, what are you complaining about then? Oh, you're not? Okay, cool. Then this part doesn't make any sense. The DL field test Rust, the path of your to your Git repository. So this could link to another Git repository. So that's the download link for it. Damn, okay. The advantage of using Git as the basis is that it's relatively easy to set up. The third and simplest way to host cargo is in a private way to use Artifactory. Okay, I don't care about that. Where did this information come from? This seemed to be... Do we have like badges, versions, dependencies, and... Now this isn't even valid JSON. What the heck, man? What is this? Okay, should we just try this then? This is a bit weird, but... this is initial 5 now. We're just gonna keep doing this. Fiddlesticks! Did it again. No, it's still not doing it. Config.json. I mean, this is pointed to this file that we just set up, right? But this isn't even how it's supposed to be, right? There's nothing saying that there should be a collection there. We're gonna call everything initial 5 at this point. Nope. All right, let's get rid of this thing. Nah, that's complete bollocks. But that would be the content of the file, but that's the .crate. Oh, hang on. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you are right. And oh man, okay. Be such a dingus then. No, the .crate file is this. This is the .crate file, and this contains. Alright, I just download the crate file, but yeah. So this is the crate you get when you package it, right? So that should go to crate-version. Oh, hang on. I moved it, didn't I? Oh my god. Okay, wait. This might be a completely nonsensical thing done by me. All right. We're gonna keep going with the initial 5 here, right? There we go. Nah. So it just gets a 404. Let's look at the config file. It doesn't seem like it should be config.json either. What happens after the last fail? Failed to load source for dependency flop. Unable to update registry, my registry. Failed to fetch. How? So we should be able to go here and then replace this create hyphen version with flop hyphen 0.1.0.create. Yeah. That's hardly gonna be the issue, is it? No. Okay, so what a palaver, right? Hang on, this is not the config. I fixed this. I changed this, didn't I? Did I forget to push this? Everything's up to date, but there's not supposed to be. Are you serious? I removed those stupid ass brackets. Now I'm getting very annoyed with this. And this one doesn't do anything. So this is what I thought we needed. But this is so unclear. Under this strategy, which explain more detail in this blog post, you host your cargo packages in the Git repo. You pull them from there in a fashion that is similar in most ways to the process you'd use with Razor like cargo. You first need a Git repository. You set that up as your own on your own. You can use GitHub. You then need to create an index file. What's the name of the index file then? That tells Rust how to pull packages from your Git. This is by creating a JSON file that looks something like the following. The deal field tells Rust the path to your Git repository. The second entry identifies a cargo package that exists in that repository. You need to add a similar line for each package you want to make available through the registry. But where do I add this index file? There's no way that this is badly formatted and irks me to no end. Creating a JSON file that looks something like that. What do I do with the JSON file then? This article is useless. All right, okay, I'm raging on this now. Piss off. Don't try to sell me your bullshit. Okay, let's have a look at what Fast and Lime did then. Let me see if there is any. I love his articles when I'm reading the full article because I want to I just want to sit and read something fun. I don't love it when I'm looking for specific information. Let's see if there's anything here. Repositories then. Okay, so he has his own thing. So does he create package files? Nope, no, he does not. So we're looking for something that specifically isn't Rust. You know, let's just keep looking. Okay, here's the README current for salvage. No, I don't feel like we're getting there here. No, not Amos. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't use GPT. I think people would call him out for doing it if it did. He's been writing insanely long articles forever. Yeah, I don't think this is yeah, we're now somewhere else. No. No, not at all. The cargo book. Let's see what this thing says then. Or is this just cloning what's there? User register then creates IO. The name and index URL of the register must be added to the. Okay, but what is the mother flipping index file? What the index key should be a URL to a Git repository with the registry's index. Right, that's what I thought. Okay, so that's why we have that thing pointing to the index file that we had. Oh, hang on though. That's down here. The index is pointing to the config. Should this point to the index then? Nope, that did not work at all. But this is an index file, right? It is. And it's pointing to this thing. But where does the DL file come in? Should this be config.json? Could you just love me for a second, computer? There we go. That doesn't seem right. No. Is that has no one done like an example GitHub Rust private registry? Okay, someone has. No, this is something you self-host, isn't it? Yeah. Oh. I'm so close to cursing again. All right, I have to go to Reddit in another browser. All right, hang on. One that doesn't hate me. Check out this thing. Okay, I'm starting to think that this is not as easy as they want to make it out to be. No one seemed to be just chucking some files on GitHub to do this. No, that's okay, private creates IO registers. No, this is not it. This is supposed to be really easy. And it has they make it sound like it's really easy, and I believe them, right? I believe that this was very straightforward, but it is not. Hello, mouse. I think this is... I think this... So, I can't really complain about conflicting information because one thing comes from some random dude's blog post, right? So, of course. But if we... Okay, if we start from the beginning again, right? We start from the beginning of registers, right? Fetches dependencies from a registry. The default registry creates IO. If you're implementing a registry server, see running a registry for more details about the protocol. If you're using a registry that requires authentication, using an alternate registry. So we're doing this thing. It's going to point to an index, right? But we should be able to, as far as I can tell, mouse, we should be able to use just GitHub as a private registry. So we've set up my registry. We basically just copy this thing that points to some kind of index file. So this thing should probably point back to index.json, right? And there is a file here, if my web browser and my terminal would play well together, that just has some nonsense in it, right? So this actually, there is a crate on here called flop. So this is fine, right? So this should point to the index.json file. The index key should be a URL to a Git repository with the registry's index or a cargo sparse registry URL with a sparse prefix. A crate can then depend on a crate from another registry by specifying the registry key and a value of the registry's name in the dependencies entry in cargo toml, right? So we have this in our toml file. We have flop, which is the name of the thing. We have a version, and we have registry, which is my registry, which is, of course, the registry file here, right? So that part looks legit and fine. We have the index file. As with most config values, the index may be specified with n variable instead. Okay, publishing to an author. We don't care about publishing, because we're not actually hosting anything or running anything. This is all part of GitHub, right? Cargo supports two remote registers, Git and sparse. If the registry index user starts with sparse, Cargo uses sparse protocol. Otherwise, Cargo uses the Git protocol, which is what we do. The Git protocol stores index metadata in a Git repository and requires Cargo to clone the entire repo. The sparse protocol fetches individual metadata files using plain HTTP request. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So we've not only do we store the index there, we also store the package, the crate as well. But that doesn't really matter. So we go to running a registry then. And a minimal registry can be implemented by having a Git repository that contains an index and a server that contains the compressed crate files using a cargo package. Users won't be able to use cargo to publish. The index form is described in registry index. Okay, so let's go here. The following defines the format of the index, which has nothing to do with this, but we're going to get to why this looks like this shortly. It has nothing to do with this. The following defines the format of the index. New features are occasionally added, which is, okay, blah, 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 all the version, blah. Format for all the packages should not change, so all the versions of cargo should be able to use them. The root of the index contains a file named config.json. Okay, so what is... Oh man, I now have to read this again. Oh, God damn it. Okay. Now I'm looking. Okay, here we go, right? The default registry crate, a registry contains an index which contains a searchable list of available crates. A registry may also provide a web API to support publishing blah. If you're implementing a registry server, if you're using a registry, request authentication. To use a registry on the crates, the name and index URL of the registry must be added to a config toml file. The registry table has a key for each registry. The index key should be a URL to a Git repository with the registry's index or a cargo sparse registry URL with sparse. Okay, so the key should be, hello Nathan. But they literally says that you can. Somewhere I've lost it. The index key should be a URL to a Git repository with a registry's index or sparse registry URL with this sparse prefix. Okay, so with the registry's index, a crate can then depend on a crate from another. A crate can then depend on a crate from another registry by specifying the registry. I am not in the US. Key and value, registry's name in the dependency entry in the cargo toml. The most config values, the index may be specified with environment variables, publishing, we don't care about publishing. Okay, so now I've lost the thing, right? Cheers, Nathan. A minimal release can be implemented by having a Git repository that contains an index and a server that contains the compressed crate files created by a cargo package. Users won't be able to use cargo to publish to it, and that's fine. Hello, Evan here. But this may be sufficient for closed environments. The index format is described in registry index. Okay? The index format is described in registry index. So a minimal registry can be implemented by having a Git repository that contains an index, as in singular, one index, and the index format is in registry index. Okay, the index format, the following defines the format of the index. New features are occasionally added, blah, blah, blah. The root of the index contains a file named config.json. Okay, so the index is not a file. The index is the index. Okay, got it. So we need to have a config.json file which contains JSON information used by cargo for accessing the registry. This is an example of what crates.io config looks like. So DL, this is the URL for downloading crates listed in the index. Okay. That's really weird. But okay. So we can't have different URLs for different crates. There's a root to everything. So let's have a look at that config file, shall we? All right. So this is the registry. We're gonna use the raw URL here, and after main we got crate-version.crate. This is the path. If I change crate and version in here, this will get the crate, right? We can download the crate there. All right. We don't have an API, right? This is the basic for the web API. The key is optional, so we just ignore it, right? All right. The following markers. So markers as in string interpolation, right? A directory prefix computed from the crate name. For example, a crate name cargo has a prefix of CRG. So we don't really use the prefix. We set up the prefix, but we don't actually have to use it. We don't need to use any of these things, right? So this should be the right prefix. But okay, so let's have a look at what this thing actually says though, right? We're configuring this to point to index, but we don't really know what index is, right? Yeah, wait, this is supposed to be easy, but I'm struggling, right? So this is supposed to point to something that has a config.json file, okay? Now we have a config JSON file in there. But should that be included in the index? Probably not, right? And this is using my registry. So cargo check should be using my registry, but it's getting a 404, so that doesn't work, right? Yes, so it points to a base git repo, right? We're just pointing to our raw user content, okay? They're just calling it index. So at the root of this index, there should be a config.json file, right? You guys agree with me on that one? Yes, that I agree with. The index key should be a URL to a Git repository with the registry's index. Okay, so, and like cargo spots, blah, blah. A crate can then depend on this thing. Yeah, so we cover this. I think we're all set up here. We're using my registry down here. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Abort, you twit. Don't do that either. Okay, now I have to resize this thing again. Oh, good grief. Okay. Scale issue. All right. So here's our config. Here's our toml file, right? We're using my registry, and my registry is configured to have the index there. Okay, so far, this is good. Thank you so much, Cat Peasant, for that. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Whew. Okay, so this is a project that is supposed to use our registry. So this is the index. In the root of the index, there should be a config.json file. Right, so we're done with this page now. We can move on to this, the index file, right? The root of the index contains a file named config.json, all lowercase, right? Yes, exactly. We don't want to load GitHub's HTML, right? Enjoy Cat Peasant as much as you can. So we get the config JSON in there, which contains JSON information used by Cargo for accessing the registry. This is an example of what the crates IO config file looks like. The keys are, all right, so we've specified all this. This is correct. I've tested it. This is fine. The download endpoint should send a .crate file for the requested package, which it does. Cargo supports blah. We don't have auth for this. Okay. Now we get to index files. The rest of the index repository contains one file for each package where the file name is the name of the package. Okay, this is where I've gone wrong. Even though, okay, this is what I'm missing. The rest of the index contains one file for each package where the file name is the name of the package in lowercase. Each version of the package has a separate line in the file. The files are organized in a tier of directories. This is a little bit, each version of the package has a separate line in the file. Wait. The rest of the index contains one file for each package. There's a file name. Okay, so we need, okay, I see where I've gone wrong. We need a file with the same name as the package. The file name is the name of the package in lowercase. So that, okay, I see where I've gone wrong. All right, this is all on me for missing that detail. All right, I am the twat here. So we're just gonna make a new one called flop here. All right. Each version has a separate line in the file. The files are organized in a tier of, the files are organized in a tier of directories. So the directory structure we might not care about. Actually, we do have to care about it. Oh man, that's also, right. We have to do this now. Okay, so now here we need a flop file, right, for this to work. No, we're not getting a directory listing. We're not depending on a web server responding with a directory listing, right? But it would most likely be incorrect if you're making a web request and you get a GitHub page, right? Because the crates is not, or cargo is not gonna strip the HTML out of there, right? So, whoops. Thank you, Twitch chat, for making anything with a dot a URL. The rest of the index contains one file for each package, where the file name is the name of the package in lowercase. Each version of the package has a separate line in the file. The files are organized in a tier of directories. And we're done. Okay, wait. You're not telling me how the file should look? The directory name above is calculated based on the... Okay, so maybe we just need 0.1.0 here then, right? All right. We're going to commit initial 5 here. All right, I missed the detail. That's all on me, okay? Still doesn't work. But that might be because I did the folder structure. And even though we might not need that, all right? To here. We're gonna stick with initial 5 for the rest of our days now. No, it's still 404. But it doesn't tell me what part is the 404. Is it the index? Is it the config? Is it the registry? Which file is doing it, right? No, okay, kind of. We have to use raw GitHub. Because if you don't use raw GitHub, you're sending a bunch of HTML. We're not expecting HTML. We're expecting JSON, right? How do you get JSON from there? Did you find these things? Did you find something? Okay, let's have a look at that. So failed to fetch main. All right, that's fine. So do we have to change this to be the config, not the config? Do we have to... Wait, we don't actually have an index file, do we? No, this index thing here should go. That's a red herring. Forget that. That did not belong there. Mm-hmm. How you doing, August? Okay. So it doesn't seem to look at the config. So this is giving us a 404. Even, all right. Okay. This is confusing. Does under the URL is config.json? Yes, yes it is. So if I go to that URL now and I change this to contain config.json, here it is, which explains how to download crates. And it doesn't actually explain how this works, though, which is a little bit confusing. The rest of the index contains one file for each package, where the file name is the name of the package in lowercase. We got that sorted. Each version of the package has a separate line in the files. Okay, it doesn't say if there should just be... if we look at the file flop here, which is the name of our crate, it doesn't say if it should be anything other than this. It just says a version per whatever. So to my understanding, when we try to get flop, we're gonna grab a version from my registry, and my registry is this. So it points to main. And under main, we have config.json. And we have flop, right? All other packages are stored in directories named first to second to, where the top directory is the first two. Yeah, okay. This is why we have fl/op, right? The index file names are lowercase. The fields that contain package names in Kawitomo and the index JSON. What index JSON? What index JSON? are case sensitive and may contain upper and lower case characters. What index JSON? Where did that come from? Okay. Come on, man. We're done with this part. We're going to close this down. We're done with that, right? Okay, what? Okay, we're done with this as well. There's nothing here that we need. We can get rid of this one. So, and we don't need a web API for this. Yeah, it may host that is defined in the config. We don't, okay? We can ignore that. We don't need this. We have this thing. This is the route to download files. No, wait, is it? The root of the index contains a file named JSON, which contains JSON information used by cargo for access in the registry. This is an example of what the crates IO config looks like. This is the URL for downloading crates listed in the index. Okay, yeah, then that's fine. The value may have the following marker, which will be replaced with the corresponding value. And this is the prefix that we have, right? So where is the actual file though for this thing? So we have this one, so we can copy this into OP as well. Although I don't think that's gonna help. No, it only generates a crate file. I have, but I shall do so again. Nothing. I have tried that in the past. So that's not it. Okay, all right, let's start. So the index format. New features are added. We don't care about that. In the root of the index contains a file name config.json, which contains JSON information used by cargo for access in the registry. This is an example of what it looks like, and we've set up ours to be correct, right? Even if I missed a detail, I'm not using the prefix, but we have files for both, right? Without the ending slash. Yeah, okay. I mean, if that's the issue, I am gonna be livid. Okay, if that is the issue, yeah. Okay, thank God. I would have lost my freaking marbles, man. If that would have been the issue, it should not be an issue to have that. If none of the markers are present, the value crates version download is appended to the end. Yeah, but we do, right? The download endpoint should send the crate file for the requested package. The cargo supports blah. And we don't care about that. So the endpoint should send the crate. Yeah. So it's weird that it looks like this, because this does not send a crate. If you go to this URL, you don't get a crate. You get this instead. But this is not explained anywhere in this documentation what this is. And that looks like an index, and I'm thinking, okay, great. Is that the index? No, it is not. It's bullshit. All right, so we've created this file. This file should be correct. This is the URL for downloading crates listed in the index. The value may have the following markers, which we replace with the corresponding value, right? Crate and version. And that's what we do, right? So we have crate hyphen version. And if we look at this thing, all right, config. If we look at this thing and we replace the word crate with flop and version with 0.1.0, then we're going to get something, okay? So if we do flop hyphen 0.1.0 dot crate, we get a crate, right? So that's fine. Maybe we should not have the word crate in there. It's impossible to know because it's not written anywhere in there. No, we're gonna let this thing fail again so we can look at some of the error messages. If none of the markers are present, then /crate /version /download is appended to the end. Which is an odd thing to do. Why are you adding download to this? That makes no sense, but okay. The download endpoint should send the .crate file for the requested package, which means that we actually need to have the crate name at the end of this thing, right? Not yet. Not yet. I'm on a crusade now, Enrico, to solve this. Should you not swap version with the actual version number? No. You can use crate and version. The download endpoint should send the crate file for the requested package, which we will fix that. Cargo supports a bunch of hoopla. We don't have auth. So this is in the index file. The rest of the index contains one file for each package where the file name is the name of the package in lowercase. And if we look in the tree here, you can see that we covered for both, right? We got flop there and there. We got the crate there and there. And both of these flop files contains the version, okay? So each version of the package has a separate line in the file. That's all we know. So we know we have a flop file, well, helpful, and it contains a version. That's it, all right? If we were to look at the flop directory, this is it, right? Version 0.1.0, and we built a crate for this. So it's all good. All other packages are stored in directories named first to second to, where the top directory is the first two character and the next is the third and fourth character. For example, cargo will be stored in CARG, which is why we have this FLOP, right? Index files here looks rather general because you need to specify all dependencies. You don't have any dependencies, the file should be pretty short. Where does it say that you have to specify dependencies in the index file? Have I missed something? It just says that the index file has a separate line in the... Maybe. Okay, let's go back to that frog bastard. Rust private repos. Repo. Okay, here we go. JFrog. Get out of here. Shit website, sorry. Easy. Maybe this is what they actually mean. That there should be per line. So we should have this information inside the flop file. Not just that, but that. So that should be flop. That's the right version. No dependencies. How do we generate the checksum? We'll figure it out. It's not yanked. It has no links. Maybe that's what we need. So now we need to generate the checksum. Can you do that with cargo? Because I don't know what they're using. Cargo generate checksum. Go check some. Okay, that plot. Maybe you can link to that repository you save. Okay, is this the official one? No, it's not. Where do I get the checksum from? Okay, we have to generate this for the flop project though. Cargo help. Is there a list? No. Okay, let's do a cargo package ID. Nope, that was useless. So this will assemble the local package into a distributable tarball, and that will then end up in, okay, maybe metadata. I miss things all the time, right? I can't click it. Don't worry about it, it's fine. I did not want to do that. There's no checksum in here. Print a JSON of the cargo terminal manifest. That's not going to do it. It has to be related to package. What if we do cargo package help? There's nothing here that we'll have to do allow dirty for this thing. So this has now created a target package directory with flop in it. There's no... Why is there a debug of this? Surely you don't have to do a cargo package release. No, that makes sense. That would have been stupid. Damn. There, okay, you know what? Why don't we just not worry about it then, right? So the checksum will be wrong, but that's okay because we should get an error about the checksum being wrong. Get the flip out of here. Still gonna 404. Oh, really, Rod? It doesn't? Oh no, that's gonna be the current live. It shows past live streams, but you're right. It doesn't have a... No, there you go. The checksum file to ensure integrity of a package. You don't see the live tab? Interesting. The checksum file ensures the integrity of a package in a directory source. The file name is simply cargo checksum JS. Checksum algorithm is now SHA-256. Okay. That's what it is, right? So there should be a cargo checksum in there somewhere. Not that it matters, because we still can't find anything. Okay, let's do a cargo package again. There's no checksum, is there? No, there's no checksum in there, Dan. Hello, Nerdash, how you going? It doesn't say how it's generated either. But okay, wait, that's not even the problem. That's not even the problem, because it can't find flop. Unable to update registry my registry. Failed to fetch main. Yeah, so this one, first of all, this returns a 400, not anything else. Is that like a good or a bad thing? Or like, are you looking for more clients and you're worried? Or are you like stressing to finish? Or I'm good. I'm a little bit tightly wound today because I'm looking at running a private crates repository and the documentation is lacking, right? I would be the first one to admit skill issue, but I don't think this is skill issue, all right? So we're gonna look at this thing now to see what their thing looks like. Okay, so they have the config JSON. Looks very similar to ours, all right? Although they do crate and version.crate. No API. And all, okay, so we can add this, but I don't think that's the problem. There's an index.html there. And I don't think this has anything to do with anything. I don't know what Margot is. Maybe this is like a theme or whatever. So they have this is for the file. They don't even have the checksum in there. Oh yeah, they do. All right. And then you have crates. And this should contain the crate file. Okay, this is contradicting, okay? Right. So that's where the crate file is. What does the config file say? Okay, they use lower prefix. So crates lower prefix. Okay, we can literally copy this thing, can't we? Why is there no readme for this? You know what? Beggars can't be choosers. Is there anything in here that's relevant? Nah. Okay, so really there's just the config file and the package file. All right, so we got this done. We got this sorted. The only thing we don't have is this. So we can copy what they're doing here though, right? So we're going to have this for the... We might as well grab the whole lot here, right? And then we can do process of elimination to see if we can get this thing working, then we can just go from here. So pop down to our config and change this to... let's see, we want crates all of this up to here. No. Also not right. All right, so we just need to create a directory called crates with the thing and the thing in it. Okay, so we're gonna make crates. Then we're gonna make, we just do -p, crates, FL, OP, and then we're gonna move the flop crates into crates FL OP 0.1.0.crate. Now we're really mimicking this whole thing, right? Oh, I'm paused, sorry. No, it was paused, obviously. Use your eyes, you could see that. Let me see what you answered me, Nerdash. Looking for a new client, last couple of years, many offers. This year, not so much. What do you like normally do? Is it Python, JavaScript, web, mobile, Rust, C++, games? What do you normally do now, Dash? Private repos. Have you tried Canland? No. I'm looking to specifically use GitHub for a private repo to test something out, right? So I'm not looking at something I can install. This is a personal project. I sent to the page branch because they use sparse protocol and static content. There's a README in the main branch. Gotcha. It did get a new haircut. It is early, Johnny. You need to get up earlier. So, okay. So now we have everything here. Git commit. Git push. And okay. It's just doing a 404, and I feel like we've copied this. Okay. JVM based, no JS React. Fair enough. This is crypto. I hear you. Can you validate? See the URL it's requesting? Yeah, totally. This is the URL it's requesting. And at this URL, we have our config.json, which should be what it's using. And we can get to the flop here, right? Although this checksum is wrong, but we're not getting an error about that, right? So let's see what Margot is suggesting that you set as your registry. All right, hang on. Initialize the registry. Add a crate to the... Oh, but this isn't even telling us what it's generating. And nor is it telling you how to set up and use the registry, right? I mean, you got this thing, but will this... What will this generate, right? So there are tech jobs. They just are in Bulgaria at the moment. But the tech industry goes up and down. I reckon in some time we're gonna be back up again. Right. Okay, so here it's using this structure. That's even worse, right? To add a new crate or versions array, run Margot add, which does what? Please don't link to that. Deepers, come on. Hello, Temporis. Have you ever set up a private repository on GitHub? Because this is bullshit. This is bullshit, okay? This is rubbish. I'm trying to set up a private GitHub repository, private crates registry. Not private GitHub repo, private crates repo. But the information is so confoundedly confusing. So in the beginning, I was like, all right, I got skill issue. But at this point, I don't know, man. That is super useful for me using GitHub, Temporis. Now go to your room and think about what you've done. Have you, jokes aside, have you actually tried it? Have you tried to have a private or a GitHub hosted repository? That's all I'm asking for. GitHub, not GitLab, no alternative. I don't want to run a server. I know there's lots of servers. I am specifically trying to see if we can host a crates registry on GitHub, right? Yeah, forget the word private in this instance, right? Forget the word private. We just want to host a crates registry on GitHub. That's all. So this thing's just going to return a 404 when we try to go there. Failed to load source for dependency flop. Caused by, unable to update registry my register. Caused by, failed to fetch this thing. But what is it that is expecting that this thing returns? That's the confusing part. What is it expecting that this fetch should return? Because there's nothing. And why are they hosting it on GitHub pages? So according to this thing, this should actually return something. Maybe this will. No, this is also returning a 404. Right? Well, we can't return a bunch of GitHub's HTML. That doesn't make any sense, right? There's no way that Cargo has a parser for GitHub's HTML built into it. That would be madness, right? Madness, I tell you. So the root of this thing just contains an index HTML. I don't know what. Maybe we do need an index HTML file in there. No, that can't be. Yeah. And you shouldn't have to use sparse, right? So it would try to use this. Oh, you get fancy stuff. This is driving me crazy. This is what we have. This is what we have. So we have the DL file in the config.json. And then we have this one isn't specifically saying crates, but this should contain the information for each version of this. It's what we have. It's doing my head in. Absolutely doing my head in. This thing is probably going to return a 404 as well, right? No, this thing actually returns the list of crates, which there's nothing specifying that in the documentation. Nor did that work with the other one. Okay, so what if we do this? We go back to adding an index.json file then, right? Okay. Index.json. Okay. And we're gonna have flop, max version, and description, and that's it. This makes no sense. This is where we started, by the way. This is where we started. If this works, I will lose my marbles, because this is where we started. Everything is initial 5, by the way. So we're going to assume that it can't figure this out. This is fine. So we just have to change this to have index.json as that. Nah. I think it needs some server-side support, really? Callback has support for... Yeah. But, okay, maybe this isn't possible. Can you navigate to the file via the browser? Yeah. It's not returning it as JSON, though. But that shouldn't result in a 404. And there's nothing that actually stipulates that it should return this either, to be clear. So if we go to the top of this thing, right? So first we have the config.json that just describes how things should work. And we don't have API enabled or whatever else that we have in there, right? The keys just specify how the download URL for the .crate file should be generated. Don't have to be, it's a public repo. If one of the markers are... It is a public repo, isn't it? Yes. Oh man, that would have been pretty dumb if it wasn't. Okay. Whew. Thank you, Dan. All right. So this is the index config, this config.json, right? Then we have that's the download endpoint. The download endpoint should send the .crate file for the requested package. Cargo supports HTTP blah, blah, blah. If it was required, it's true, set in the config. We don't have that. The rest of the index repository contains one file for each package, where the file name is the name of the package in lowercase. Note that at no point is there anything here saying one thing or other about returning a list of packages, right? Packages with one character name, blah, blah, blah. Although the index file names are lowercase, that's not relevant. The directory name above is calculated based on the package name converted to lowercase. It is represented by marker, blah, blah, blah. Again, nothing here is talking about the list of packages that we're supposed to get. Registers should consider enforcing limitations, not relevant. The indices must ensure that each version only appears once for each package. This includes ignoring semver build metadata. Yeah, that's fine. We get it. Each line in a package file contains a JSON object that describes the published version of the package. We have this, all right? We literally have this. This is in our flop package, okay? We have two structures for this thing, right? We have flop and we also have FLOP flop, right? So this exists in both, okay? Just to be clear that it's actually there. The JSON object should not be modified. Okay, who cares? We got this. The index JSON format has subtle difference from the JSON format of the published API and cargo metadata. If you're using one of those as a source to generate index entry, you're encouraged to carefully inspect the documentation differences between them. All right, but we don't have any kind of API thing going on here, so this is not relevant to us. Index pro cargo supports two remote registers, Git and sparse. The Git stores index files in a Git repository, and the sparse protocol fetches individual files over HTTP. Wait, do we actually... Okay, maybe I'm being a complete idiot here. I'm being an idiot. Yeah. Okay. So if we go up to where are you? To Quendulum. Okay, Quendulum. All right. Somewhere mentioned not to use raw. Why raw? There you go, right? And the reason is because we don't want a bunch of GitHub's HTML. Because I made the mistake of thinking that maybe we're using web requests, but maybe it's not. It's using the Git protocol. So Quendulum, you might be spot on. You might be spot on. So we should try this, okay? GitHub.com, get rid of this thing. Fiddlesticks! I was so excited about this. Wait, maybe. All right. Quendulum was right, and I am a massive... Okay, there you go. There you go. Right. Yeah, okay. Crates, flop 0.1.crate. All right, we just have to fix this. I thought we had that fixed. So crates 0.1.0. Oh, no. We need to make a flop here. There we go. Okay, so it turns out that it was skill issue all along. Skill issue all along. Yes. Okay, so now it's just the checksum that is wrong. Now, let's clean this up a little bit before I'm gonna write a blog post about this today as a very short thing, just because, like, basically just an example that you can copy and paste. No. Oh, did you find him? Good work. Yeah, I told he probably just said, yeah, do whatever, mate. I don't care. Okay, go to update. Go to update. Happy Monday, Excel. Man, this was a massive skill issue on my behalf. And we're gonna write this out because I think that I'm not the only one who is this special when it comes to doing this. All right, so I think we can remove the flop one, and we can remove the index JSON as well. So we have FL OP, and that's gonna be our. We can remove the flop.create. Okay, and then I just have to generate the checksum for this thing, but I didn't get the checksum, right? I looked at your link. All right, you know, why don't we just search for it, right? Generate checksum for crates. But it's just SHA-256, right? So we could probably just go into crates. All right, that should be the That should be the checksum. Okay, apparently not. Okay. Let's go in here and do a cargo check again. Okay. Let's go into cargo and registry index. I don't know where that is coming from. Cargo clean doesn't seem to do anything. This is way too fast. How do you force download this again? Okay, let's do, why don't we go into create cargo? And then we find flop in here. Okay, ship. What about my registry? No. It's not in Rustup. That has nothing to do with Rustup. Okay. Okay, what if, can we like force re-download? Cargo force re-download crate. A cargo update. Probably not, right? Cargo update. Log files, of course, right? Ow! Ah! There we go. That's it. Okay. We did it. Woo! Yes, no, it actually definitely was cargo lock. Oh man, okay. What a roller coaster that was. Don't you agree? Wasn't that exciting? Didn't you feel like this was the most exciting thing ever? Um Okay, I believe we're supposed to play Game Doll before we get on with it. So let's do a Game Doll classic. And let's see, what do we have? We have Destiny. Is it 1 or 2? I don't know. No, it's... Oh, is it Anthem then? Yes. Oh man, I thought it was Destiny. It was Anthem. Did anyone play this? It looked super cool, but people I heard playing it said that it had no substance and was actually quite boring. Okay, so we want to write something up to this avail, right? So if you want to have a private repository hosted on Git, and that's all you want, and you don't want to fiddle with setting up a server or anything like that, and you already have a private Git instance, which I assume a lot of people do, right? Oh no, it's Game Doll Classic. It's not Game Doll of classic games. Hello, Ergo. There has to be a way to generate the index file because specifying all the dependencies seems cumbersome. No one plays Anthem. It seems like it, Marvin. It seems like it. How you doing today, Marvin? Happy Monday to you. I don't think there is an index file when it comes to this. I think that maybe this thing can produce an index file, but I don't think it is. So, okay, the only thing I'm missing is if the... Yeah, we're not doing the raw thing anymore, right? All right. This article is bad. So we're gonna do better. It started off alright, then 3 quests before the end game. You have a massive grind. Clearly there to pad out time. The end game was just repeat the same 2 dungeons over and over and just murderize things in the open. Well, and they never go around adding anything decent to it. Fair enough. Okay, so let me go and stick the kettle on because I need tea. Maybe you need tea. Maybe you need a wee. Have you had your coffee? Then we're gonna start writing this up before I tackle the bug again. Go and grab some coffee. Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna put the kettle on, so I'll be up and down a couple of times. Right. Back we are. Okay, so what can we extrapolate from this little misadventure? That it's using the GitHub or Git protocol, which is actually written in here, but I stupidly completely failed to acknowledge that. And yeah, all right. So let's go to togglebit.io and we're gonna change content, please, not config. Content posts. What is today's date? 2024. 20. Does it say 26th? '26. And the name is just an underscore, right? Private repo, private crates repo. There we go. All right. Yes. I don't know. That's an old one. No one wants to read about ePol. I mean, I have this. So, setting up a private, but it's not private. Should we call it personal? Setting up a... so the reason I don't want to use the word private is because the GitHub repository I set up with is public. And you're going to have to go through some more steps if you want to do it privately. My tea is ready. So I don't want to use the word private. Yum, yum. Okay. Well, all right. Before we write this, there's one thing I want to try. And I expect this to fail miserably. Okay. Let me try this here. Okay. Okay. Write a blog post on how to set up a personal crates repository for Rust using GitHub and include some examples. Come on, man. I mean, I was expecting this to be bad, but this is just bad. All right, this is too bad. One of its standards is packet managed cargo, which makes it easy to manage dependencies of published libraries or crates, or official crates are repository go to for most blah blah. Rust and cargo installed, Git installed, GitHub account. That's a good point. Create a new GitHub repository. Create a new Rust crate. Okay, actually, this is looking too bad so far. All right, open the cargo toml, add a repository field. What? You can't add a repository field to this, can you? Wait, is this okay? This is creating a new Rust crate. Why would you add the repository field? Pointing to a GitHub repository. Okay, initialize Git. Add files to your repository. Okay. Set up your personal crates. I don't know. I don't know why we're adding this line though. That's confusing me. But here we go. Step 4. This is what we're talking about, right? Open the cargo file of your Rust project. Add dependency pointer to your GitHub repository. I actually, a part of me kind of just went like, wow, this might actually go somewhere. But come on, it doesn't fail to do. Oh, please, ChatGPT, don't take my job. All right, okay. No, this is just no. I want you to make. I want a different crate repository. Not just using... Oh, I can't even explain this. Hot damn, man. No, you know what? Okay, I'm done being cynical and pessimistic, all right? I can cheer the flip up, and we can try, okay? This is not what I want. I want a post on setting up your personal crate registry using GitHub. And then we're skipping the GitHub part. Oh. Okay, hang on. We're getting somewhere, right? Create a new GitHub repo. Okay, let's publish your crate to the GitHub repo. Make a directory my crate registry. Create a cargo toml. Why are we creating a cargo toml here? Okay, no, you've lost your marbles again. And it's pointing to my crate. What? Where does that come from? All right, thanks for hanging out, Nerdash. Okay, wait, what? Okay, so this is all just straight up wrong, so I'm just gonna ignore this. My registry, okay. Oh my god, okay. No. All right. One more change before I give up, okay? It's like a mixture, right? This is wrong. This is not how you set up a private registry. There is no create index here for the confusion. Oh, below is a correct guide. Okay. This is the last chance that we give this thing. Then I'm done. Create a GitHub repository. We'll create a new crate. Okay, so we're adding this again. Publish your crate to your GitHub registry. Okay, I feel like this is a regurgitation of the previous code now. But there's no index here. This is the same message from before. Okay, all right, fine. You know, we're just setting up a personal crates repository using GitHub. All right. No, it's not. And the worst thing is, Scott, if we would have started there and not read the actual documentation, it would have been a lot worse. It would have been a lot. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Hang on. I'm doing this wrong. Maybe I should have done this part. And we should have pasted this thing, right? So let's try this thing instead, right? I just want to get to the chat, right? So using distill. How do you spell distill then? No, that distill is one word. Distill. Okay, I was right. I got bamboozled by myself. Distill. The following content to bullet points for how to set up a private registry on GitHub. Oh, good grief. There's like a lot. Oh, no, we're here, right? Index format. I'm trying to not be cynical. That's why the cookie is Claude or Cursor. New features may be added. Older cargo versions may not support them. Okay. Or no, this is really distilling it, right? Create a config at the root of the index. Oh, for flip's sake. No, this is okay. It's doing what I asked, but I wanted to just focus on the GitHub part. But okay, you know what? I'm done. I'm too old to work like that. I can't. It just doesn't work. The information is here. We have to read the information, and I had to be angry 4 times before I got there. So the thing that I failed on was this. Git and sparse. And the Git protocol stores index files and the Git repository, and the sparse protocol fetches individual files over HTTP. Okay. So I for some idiotic reason skipped this part and just thought HTTP. Yes. Yes, we have. So this is all obviously on me, right? So what do we need for this thing, right? We need to create a report. Oh shit, I forgot to call my brother. That was 1 or 2 days ago. But then my mom called me and told me she ate plastic. So there's that kind of makes up for my family commitments, right? Okay, so where should we start with this thing, right? We're gonna bullet this out first. So create a new GitHub repo. Then we need to use uses the Git protocol. Actually, why would I do that? It's clearly a name. The Git protocol. Do not use raw. Okay. What else do we have to say about this? We need to create the config.json file. And we're going to describe that here. I don't think we need this, but we can include this. So we need to highlight the prefixes. What do they call them here? Keys used in the URL for interpolation. Where the lower prefix is equal to first two, or we can write it as first 2 letters / second 2 letters, e.g. crate named my crate. Actually, yes, you should make a new line. Ow! My crate 0.1.0.crate. Like that. So I just went through a painful process of setting up my own repository for crates just to see if we could do it, and I failed to read documentation correctly. And yeah, I'm a big dummy now, so so now I'm gonna write a post to save other people the pain. Who wants? If you just want to set up your own GitHub hosted crate repository to use with your, it doesn't have to be GitHub. Sorry, Git hosted using Git. All right. For this post, we'll be using... Hang on, I gotta check the tone there. Because if I don't use I, you, or we, then I'm not gonna start now. No, we don't. So we won't say we'll be using... for this post, GitHub is used, but any hosted, but any Git repository can be used, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? But these are just bullet points that I'm gonna write about. These are not gonna be left in the final text, right? I just gotta check the tone. So when you write, you can write. You can have a very formal language. You can write using your own perspective. Like in this post, I am using Git to blah, or you can have an instructive tone. For this, you should use blah, but I choose not to use either, right? So I'm not specifying a person, right? I'm not good enough at writing to know what the name of this is. For this post, GitHub is used, but any Git repository can be used. But any Git repository could be used, maybe. Could be used. Okay, so what else do we have in there? That's the index. That's the... All right, we're going to link to this thing. We're going to link to this thing as our source. Sources. This will be that guy. And do we need anything else? I did not love the whole JFrog thing. That was just misleading. We had the Margo private repo. We'll link to that too. So we have two sections, which is the steps we need to do here is create a crate that we're going to publish, create the registry, create the crate that is using the registry, right? Quite by default, right? So what do we have, right? So create the crate create the registry, and then use the registry. Is there a new Prey? I've seen the old one, but I've not played it. Should do some system updates here as well while we're at it. So I want to see this. I don't think I even have Solar installed. Oh my god, can you... Is this gonna be one of those days? Zola, Zerv. What? Unknown field generate. Generate feeds. Okay. Is there a config? That means that I have to change this as well, but okay. What do you want to program, Freshie? Old Prey was an FPS about a Native American dude killing aliens to abduct a bunch of people, but more recent one is somehow has entire more sex in a space station or weirdly alien shadow creature things. Okay, cool. The first time I saw Prey, I thought maybe this was based on like the Michael Crichton book about a whiny husband. That's the new one. Still 2017. Oh, really? Okay. Really? Anything? So this is kind of important. This is important to know, Freshie. So saying that you're willing to program anything is kind of a good take on it, because then you might not have high expectations, right? It's a little bit like saying, I want to learn how to juggle. And I'll be like, okay, what do you want to juggle? 30 chainsaws and a hand grenade, right? So, oh, okay, right? But if you're willing to program anything, then you can probably pretty much start with just about anything and build some console applications to start with, which is a very good place to start, right? So, how much programming have you done, Freshie? Like, where are you in your programming journey? Listening for changes. You will also find 90,000 ways of doing the same thing as well, Apollo, and then you get 91,000 people all disagreeing on which one is the best as well, right? But that's just programming for you. That's just programming for you. Okay, so I created this post. Why is this? Oh, no, you did that again, did I? All right, let's just resize this again. There we go. No, all right, now I'm pressing Alt. Okay, Freshie. What operating system are you using? Are you using Windows, Mac OS, or Linux? Right. So the reason I'm asking is because what operating system you use affects how easy it is to install either an interpreter or a compiler. And we get into what they are shortly, right? But wait, where are you merging this into main? Can you point that to dev instead of main, and I'll merge. Windows. Okay, so on Windows, I don't know how to install anything because I'm a massive Windows noob, right? But maybe something like JavaScript is a good place to start, right? JavaScript is pretty versatile. You can do a lot with it. And your first programming language is probably not going to be your last one if you like it. So maybe that's where we start. So how do you install Node.js on Windows? I wonder if this is easier than Python, which is why we're looking at this thing, right? Wait, hang on, wait, come back here. What is it? NVM? No, none of that, right? Windows using. Do you have something called Chocolatey? Neither do I, Freshie. Thank you so much for the sub, Freshie. Maybe we can do that, right? We can go with the pre-built installer. So will this, maybe this is where we go, right? Right, just run the pre-built installer. That should work. Once you've got this installed, let me know when you have this installed, and we're gonna run some commands to make sure that it actually works, right? I'm just about to merge this thing. Confirm merge. Merged. Okay. Thanks. No. We are not gonna go. We're not gonna go down any of these routes, because it's clear to me that you guys don't remember anything about what it's like being new to programming. Okay, we're gonna decomplicate the process as much as we can, which is why we go with either Node or Python. Right now, I remember a friend of mine installing Python on Windows having issues with paths, so I think we go with Node. But this means nothing to anyone who needs an interpreter. Why do they want a Node environment management, whatever, right? Okay, and that's not even the right one anymore. Now it's supposed to be runtime. Next generation JavaScript environment manager we are building. If you're new to programming, this means, right? PyCharm is cool, which gets us to the next step. But first, Freshie has to install an interpreter. And when that is done, we're going to talk about the next steps, right? I installed it. Okay, wonderful. So now the next thing to check, Freshie, is that you actually have this installed. So what I want you to do on Windows, you press like the Windows button and then you type maybe CMD or terminal, and you're gonna get a window that looks a little bit like my window here, okay? So you're gonna get this sort of floating window, and it's gonna say something like C:\nightmare. So I don't know what it says, right? But it's gonna look something like that, right? Once you start that window, I want you to just run node and see if you get this information turning up, right? This is where we're gonna start, okay? I don't know. I haven't touched Windows in decades, right? I am very, very out of touch with the world of Windows. I still remember things, but I don't know if Windows Terminal is shipped with Windows these days or not. There's so many things I don't know, right? It took me a few tries though, Apollo. So we're waiting for this window to become available to us, right? And then we can start talking about programming. Okay, so why is my draft post not showing up? Is it because I'm using serve when I should be using dev? Or should I use serve with some options? Oh, drafts. There we go. All right, so now we should have... Oops. Where did I go? There we go. Ooh, right. Yeah. So I wrote a lot of posts in the past, but it was 2020. It was 4 years ago since I tried Seg. All right. So Freshie, you get the start menu open, and then you type something like CMD maybe, right? And hit enter. I don't know if Windows Terminal is included in Windows, right? So is it Windows 11 start command line or command prompt or whatever it's going to be called, right? How to open command prompt in Windows. Click the start button, type CMD in the search bar, click on command prompt. Okay, so this is what I don't know whether there are more steps, but this is it, right? Okay, so we're going to use the word terminal instead. So let me show you what you should be looking at then. You should be looking at a window that looks like this. Okay? Is this right? But that one says PowerShell. It's command or PowerShell. Okay, so does the... Okay, you got it, Freshie? All right, cool. So the next thing to do, right, is to just type node and hit enter, and you should see this information. If you see this information, we have made some good strides because that means you have an interpreter, and we can start talking about that shortly. But I don't know if terminal is installed by default. Mac is all right. If you can't use Linux, then that's going to be the closest, right? Yeah, Ergo. Do you got skill issue, Ergo? Have you ever used a computer before? So let me know if you see this, Freshie. Right? Okay, while we're waiting for that, we are gonna go here and start looking at this stuff. Wow, that is massive. It's a ginormous thing, right? So we're gonna shrink-dinky this a little bit. That is not what I wanted to do. Yes, it's working. Okay, wonderful. Right. So now you have your interpreter set up, right? When you write a program, you are producing a bunch of instructions for the computer to execute, right? It's like you're giving the computer a script and say, go and act this out for me, okay? And an interpreter will take that script and execute it for you, right? So the next thing you need is going to be some kind of text editor, right? Where you can actually write the code. We could write the code in here, but the code is not going to be persisted, right? So whatever I do in here, hello world is the first program error, right? This will not be persisted. So if I end the program and start again, the program isn't there. Well, the history of the program is there, but the program isn't there, right? So now we need to find a text editor. I don't know which one to recommend for Windows. Maybe Sublime Text or Notepad++. There is an editor called VS Code that people are probably going to recommend, but that comes with a lot of stuff. And it's going to be very foreign to look at. So we'll start with a very basic text editor for now, right? Case in point, okay? So maybe Notepad++ is a good place to start, right? So go and find Notepad++ for Windows. All right, so you can probably go here, Freshie, and find our copy that you can easily download and install. Very different versions. Yeah. We're just gonna go with a very simple text editor, okay? When it comes to your introduction into the world of programming, you want as little distractions as possible, right? Even though there are really good tools out there, we gotta learn how to drive an old Toyota before we get into the Formula One car, right? So that's how we're gonna do this. So once you have a text editor installed, Freshie, let me know. And we're going to get cracking. All right. In the meantime, I am going to fix... Why do I keep doing that? There we go, right? I'm going to fix my issue. Here, my size issue. Oh, that doesn't look too good either. GUI Vim. No. What have I used in the past? I wrote building a virtual machine and I never published this. Okay, but that is the font I would use. That is the thing I would use. So this is fine, right? Create the crate, create the registry, use the registry. So this is fine, right? So step one, the first crate is just to have a crate that can be added to the registry. So we're not using terms here like publish because we're not actually going through cargo publish for this thing. So we're just gonna bang out some wrist cargo new lib greet. Actually, do we have what's the way to express shells? I don't know if that's the right way. That's not gonna do it's gonna do nothing, right? And that would imply the bash scripting language. Finish downloading. Okay, go through the installation process and you should end up with a text editor that looks like this. All right. It's very uninteresting, right? We just need somewhere where we can write text, okay? Okay, you got it? Right? So once you have this set up, now you can go up to File, create a new file, and call it main.js, right? So I'm going to do the same thing here on my computer. I'm just going to create a file. I'm going to go into my temp directory. I don't know what your directory structure looks like, but we'll do a main.js file in here, okay? And once you have a main.js file, you're going to open that in Notepad. You do new main.js and open that in Notepad++, right? You have to pay attention to where on disk this file is being saved, because we're going to get there shortly, okay? Going back to Node. Yeah, okay. Don't just ask if I'm going too fast, Freshie. Just ask. I'll slow down, right? So let me know when you have created a new file. By just clicking the file menu up here, clicking file, I try to click on it, and then you go to new, and then you type in main.js. Okay, so now you have an empty file, right? So you have a window that looks like this, but it's empty. So at the top of the window, we're just gonna type something basic. We're gonna type var greet is equal to hello world, semicolon, okay? All right, this is what we're gonna type first. So what we're going to do, we're just going to print something to the terminal. But we're going to introduce two concepts while we're doing this thing, right? So once you've written this out, let me know. And we move on to the next step. Hello, Christopher. How are you going? I did. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is going to write console.log greet semicolon. Okay, so this is our entire program now. We have now written a program once you've done this, and we're gonna run this program now. And this is why you have to know where the file is located on your hard drive. So if you start a command prompt again, like I have here, let's make a new one, and let's get this thing up in the air as well. Okay. So your file is going to be stored somewhere. I don't know where it's stored. Maybe it's like in my documents or somewhere, right? You need to open the terminal window again, the one that says C:\/ something rather. And then you need to find where your main.js file is, okay? Mine is in my temp directory, but yours is probably not, okay? Yours is probably somewhere else, right? So we're gonna find that by changing into that directory. Let me know if you get there, Freshie. Let me know if you have found your way to where this file is. On Windows, you probably have to type dir like this and hit enter to see the files. And while we're waiting for that, we're going to go back to writing a little bit of this content. So it's not bash. Maybe it's like, can we do like a $sign? Or maybe we just do this. Maybe that will be sufficient for us. We don't actually, you know, we don't really have to go through. This is a little bit ridiculous, right? We don't really have to go through how to create a new crate, because if you're looking to set up your own personal crates repository, you already know this, right? So we're gonna just skip this thing, right? The first crate is just to have a crate that can be added to the registry. Create a crate with some public function you can call with some public function. All right, create a crate with some public. What should we do? That does something that you want to. No. Again, we're not going to use that terminology, right? The first crate is just to have a crate that can be added to the registry. It's just to have something that can be added to the registry. So when you are running Windows, let me move these windows away from you, right? When you are running Windows, you have something called the command prompt, right? Whoops, sorry. That looks like this, okay? So you want to start the window, or was it terminal, right? Windows terminal that we used. Windows terminal. I think this is what we used last time. Yes. So you want this thing, all right? And you can see the path here, all right, Freshie? Somewhere on your... Actually, those of you out there who uses Windows, can you right-click a directory and create a terminal command prompt for that directory? Like open up a program for that? Is that doable? Dear Windows users? Yes. Okay. So do this using Explorer, which is the file manager of Windows. Locate your main.js file in Explorer. Right-click the directory and select open terminal or open command. Shift right-click shows open terminal. Okay, so shift right-click in the directory where your main.js file is. Can you find that? Okay, you're there. So do you see this terminal now? So what the next thing we're gonna do now is we're gonna run this application, Freshie. So do what I do here, okay? You type node space main.js, and you should see the words hello world printed to screen, all right? Let me know if you get there, Freshie. Your domain has been deactivated. Yeah, that's okay. I don't care about that domain. Go away. Joe Neal, finish your Python journey, okay? We have to get you out of tutorial hell, but that can only work if you want to.
It's going all right, ABC. How you doing? Nothing. I'll teach any of you to program if you want to. Anyone who wants to learn how to program. I'm just waiting for Freshie to run this and let me know if it works. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a curriculum, so I don't have a teaching plan. If I spend 6 months setting up a teaching plan, then I probably would have charged some money for it, but that doesn't financially make sense. Spending 6 months of my time at my consulting rates would mean that if I were to charge anyone for this, I would have to charge them more money than they want to pay, right? It doesn't work. Okay, cool. Can you tell me what it is that happens when you run it, right? So you try to do this, but you don't see this. You see something else. Can you tell me what you see, right? What is the message that you're getting, right? So when you do something that doesn't work, say I try to run hello.js, which doesn't exist, I get an error message saying, error, cannot find module hello.js, right? Do you get something like this? If you want to share code, you can use p.modprog.de. You can share both code and pictures. Hello, Magus, how you doing? Sorry, Opus, how you doing? I'm having a great Monday. Monday's great. I'm writing today, though, which is super fun. The first crate is just to have something that can be added to the registry. This is just to confirm that it's working. My name is actually Magnus. Are you a famous chess player? Isn't his name Magnus, right? The first crate is just to have something that can be added to the registry. This is to confirm that it's working. A contrived example. It says not recognized as the commandlet function script file or operable program. Is that when you just type node? So if you just type node like this, or is it when you type node followed by something else? Is in PowerShell, not command. Okay. So does that mean that... right. No, sorry. Forget that part, Freshie. You just want to type this part. Okay, that's the path that I'm in. Sorry, I should have been a little bit more clear. You need to just type node space main.js. And it should look like this. So you are just typing that part. Forget the temp and the bunny. You know what we can do? We can just do print line like so. So for this post, we don't really need to specify this thing, right? You already know. Unexpected identifier main. Interesting. Could you do this for me, Freshie? Could you open up the file? Wait. Okay, so it's not a missing module. There's something else. Could you do this, Freshie? Could you go to... let me move some things away here, right? Ah! I moved something else away. I'll bring you guys back. I don't want to be up there. Could you go to p.modprog.de and then you take the output of the project. So what that means is when you try to run this thing, right? So you do node dot whatever you do. Could you take all this text that you have on your screen, all this text, and just copy that and paste it in here? But before you do this, Freshie, be aware that you might have your full name somewhere in there. So I want you to remove that so you don't post any personal information. All right. Make sure you remove any mentions of your full name or anything in there, right? So delete all that. All right. In this case, if this was my given name, togglebit, because I had weird parents, then I would delete that kind of thing, right? And then you hit the paste button. And then you can take the URL and you can paste that in the chat for me. All right. I'm not going to waste ModProg's resources. We're going to delete that one. All right. Then maybe we'll do this. This was a little bit rough to read. And we'll clean this up a smidge. All right, and then I actually forgot to make this thing into a function like that. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is to create the registry. Using the registry is going to be the easier part of it. To use the registry, there are two changes that has to be made. The cargo.toml and crates dot no. Okay. Right. Okay. I see what happened. Okay. So you're trying to run this inside your node shell. Okay. Let me explain what that means. Okay. This is the terminal that you're looking at, and you've written node, and now you're trying to run node main here, which is why you're getting this. So what I need you to do is type exit. No. Control D, and then you should get out of there, and now you should be able to type node main.js. Okay? Did that make sense, Freshie? Enjoy your lurkings, Janelle. Does Control C also work? I have to do it twice. Yeah, so Control D will exit the interpreter most likely. Okay, that's good. I'm going to delete this thing. why would they waste their own time doing that? Does it say error when you press Control D? Lunchtime. Enjoy selective. And how you doing? Okay. So we have to make 2 changes. Control C on Windows, not Control D. Okay, so press Control C instead of Control D. The goal is to leave the node shell, right? So when you're here, is to leave this shell, right? To use the registry, there are 2 changes that needs to be done. Ah, right. Okay, this is good. This just means that your main JS file is located somewhere else, okay? To find out where your main JS file is, go back to your notepad directory and you should see at the top here where the main JS file is. It might be in users, Freshie, documents, or somewhere else, right? It just isn't here, okay? You should look up here and see where it is. Does that make sense, Freshie? Okay, so there are 2. It's user registry. There are 2 changes that has to be made. Cargo toml. Create a. Wait, now where did we put that? Let's have a look. Now that's my cargo. We don't mess with that one. And that's our post that we're working on now. So let's go to temp user it because I can't spell. Cargo config.toml. Okay, that's the one we want. Cargo config.toml. This can be done. Or actually, let's do this, right? Create a project that will make use of the repository. And then create a file in the root of your project. Cargo config.toml, right? So create a file. It's not in the root of your project, right? Create a directory in the root of your project named cargo and add. Thank you so much for the sub, ABC. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Create a directory in the root of your project named cargo and add a config.toml file to that directory. What does delete do on non-proxy? I can still see the code if I go to that link. Really, it just means deleted earlier. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't work. Maybe it does nothing because I didn't create a file. That seems like a very drastic thing to do. Selective. You might not want to do that. Kidneys are pretty decent to have. And besides, your kidney will probably outlast the MacBook if you take care of yourself. MacBook would be obsolete by the time they've removed your kidney. I enjoyed using the MacBooks when I had them. I just don't enjoy paying for them, right? Let's just do... Can we do something like that just to add a little bit of space in there, right? Okay, that did not have the effect I was expecting. Create a project that will make use of the repository of the... Create repository. Create a directory in the root of the project named cargo. All right, the dot should be on the inside. Oh, cargo. And add a config file to that directory. Cargo config toml. Inside the config toml file, specify the name and specify. Actually, we can just do it specify the repository. We need to rewrite some of this stuff, right? And in this case, we're just gonna go with this. Did I say repository or when I meant registry? There we go. So that's all we have to... No, we need to have registries as well in there. Okay, so that was a silly omission. Registry, my registry index, GitHub, username, registry, like that. Are you finding it, Freshy? Are you able to find the URL? Sorry, the URI. Actually, that's not what you say. The path. Are you able to find the path to your main.js file? It should be written up here. So it should be something like c:\users\freshy/ maybe it's like documents or my documents, something like that, /. You can also move it, right? So you can go to file and then choose save as, and then change the path to be c:\users\freshy kind of thing, right? And that's toml. So we could maybe get some beautiful highlighting for this thing, right? Create a project that will make use of the registry. Create a directory in the root of the project named cargo and add a config toml file to that directory. Inside the config toml file, specify the registry settings. We're going to change the settings. Let's see. So create. Registry is a GitHub repo. Yes. This create is to have something that can be added to the registry. This is to confirm that it's working, and for the sake of this post, the crate will be referred to as greeter. There we go, right? Adding a dependency that makes use of the registry can be done to the cargo toml file and that's also toml. You think you found it? Oh, nice, Freshy, nice. This is it, like this is the moment of truth. Okay, so if you run node main.js, once you've changed directory to where the file is, do you get this output, right? Do you get this output? This is what we're waiting for, Freshy. Take your time. Right. So we're not going to call that one flop for this. We're going to call it greeter version registry, my registry. Okay. Adding greeter as a dependency to, to cargo toml. Note the registry attribute. We have like an info box for these things. All right, so it's gonna be like that. Good grief. Okay, so this thing broke. I experienced a serious wrist pain for the last few weeks, and I'm considering buying a split keyboard. Getting one from the US to EU is not that cheap. Well then, ABC, if you're in Europe, can I recommend the Digma DeFi that I'm using right now, which looks like this. And it's very cool. And you can get it cheaper if you don't get the Wi-Fi thing. Honestly, I don't use mine wireless. The only time I use this wirelessly is if I'm moving slightly further away from a monitor because I'm doing something stupid or I'm showing the keyboard off on stream. That's the only time I'm using this thing wirelessly. All right. So you can skip the wireless part. If you don't like it, here's the important thing though, ABC. If you don't like the keyboard, you get to send it back within 30 days and get your money back. The only thing you have to pay for is shipping to return it. So for about maybe 30 euros, 20, 30 euros, depending on where you are. If you're in Spain, even less. You can try a split keyboard for 30 days and see if you like it or not. Because split keyboards adds a lot of cognitive load and you might end up not liking it. Oh, I wrote notes. Note when I'm supposed to write notes. It's like renting it for 30 euros. Yeah, and speaking of which, you can rent the Glove 80. But let's look at this thing. To rent the Glove 80, you can rent it for a fee of okay, it doesn't really say what the fee is for renting this thing. Unless we go here. Let's give them a little bit of JavaScript love, shall we? Bunny.net, I gotta investigate that one, right? $30 for 3 days. There's $30 for 3 days, but you also have to pay, a deposit. Let's see. 2 available. Yeah. You have to add a deposit of $400. All right. $400 plus $30 for 3 days. And you can get the Digma DeFi for 30 days. Yeah, it's very expensive. So, and the thing is, yeah, I really like this keyboard. I'm not saying this because Digma has actually sponsored me. They have, but I really, really love this keyboard. I have been using this keyboard since they sent it to me, and I have not swapped back to my 60% keyboard, which I really like. Okay, I think we covered everything here. All right, so this is going to be the bulk of the post, right? So creating the registry. The thing is, ABC, if you're in Europe, the Digma is cheap to test, and they are pretty reasonable with everything. I had some neck pain some year ago, and I used not the Digma D5 back then. I swapped to a Moonlander, and that changed so much for my neck pain, right? My neck pain went away. I went back to a 60% keyboard after that, and I didn't have any issues. But then I started tinkering again. That's all good, Freshie. Okay, so what is happening? What is happening when you are trying to run the code, right? I think what we need to do, Freshie, is we need to find our way to where your file is, okay? So maybe I'm skipping a little bit too much here, okay? So let me see if I can back us up a little bit, okay? Okay, let's do this, Freshie. Let's make sure that the file that we created in Notepad exists in C:\users\Freshie. Okay, we want to make sure that here, let's say, we have the main.js file, right? We want to make sure that the main.js file exists here. Right, so that's our first goal. So if you go up to the file button and select Save As, and then you navigate to this directory, assuming that this is the directory that you have, right? And then you press the Save button. This file should now be located there. So if you open Explorer, not Internet Explorer, the file manager of Windows Explorer, and you navigate to this path, you should see the main.js file in there. Can you do that, Freshie? Can you make sure that we get that we can see the file and it is where we want it to be? Oh wow, hectic, man. Yeah, so for that reason, I use very light tenting. You can barely see the tenting on mine. I use very light tenting, but that's because my table is also very high up, right? If I had a lower table, I could have more aggressive tenting. And I think depending on how your shoulders and arms and everything are, it might be more natural to have quite an aggressive tenting. But then your desk has to be slightly lower, because otherwise your keyboard is going to come this far off from your desk surface, and that's not going to be fun. Okay. So in your terminal, the program that looks almost like this, I want you to write cd C:\users\Freshie and hit enter. Now, I get an error because I'm not on Windows, but you should not get an error. This thing should work for you, and it should change the prompt. And the prompt is this. It should say C:\use. Okay, sorry, users are with uppercase U. Users\Freshie. You should see this thing here. Can you do that for me, Freshie? Can you make sure you're in this directory in your terminal? The terminal is the program that looks a bit like this. Can you buy concave extensions for the Digma? No, I don't think so. This is the structure of it, right? I don't think there is any other structures you can. The thing I'm a little bit intrigued by are the fact you can actually mount this to your chair if you wanted to. Windows directives are not case sensitive. Oh, that's good to know, Yusuf. I did not know that. Like I said, I don't know anything about Windows. I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants here. I'm plugging my keyboard back in. Okay, so while we're waiting for Freshie to do that, we're gonna go back into our writing. And so we have this thing. So now we have to get to the meat of this thing, right? Which is creating the registry. So first we need to have a tie that with the moon lander. What, to mount it on your chair? Did you do a Ben Valak? All right. That might not be how you spell his name. Ben Affleck? Get out of here, Batman. Was it Valchek? No, Valak. There you go. I don't know if he ever had this thing mounted to a chair. But this dude does some fun stuff with keyboards. No, it didn't. This is the Ferris Sweep, right? I think I have this one. I built this. The Ferris Sweep is a great keyboard. Well, I say great, but you're not seeing me going back to it anytime soon. I was kind of hoping to see his like key set. Okay, yeah, he uses like a cushion as well. That was the inspiration. Gotcha. Yeah, it's kind of flitting through the imagery quite fast, so we don't get to see his old setups. But that's it would have been nice to see. ZMK, there's another one, right? How's it going, Modprog? There you go. That to me is not ergonomic. That I can feel the tiredness in my arms and for some reason my thumbs just by looking at this thing. It's kind of angled a little bit too much down for me. Yeah. 18 key keyboard. There's no way that you are spending any prolonged time with an 18 key keyboard. Okay, so this means you're already there, though. CD, illegal character in path. Really? Okay, can you do this for me, Freshie? Can you, because it looks like you're already there. Can you just type dir, right? Can you type dir and see if there is a main.js file in there? If you're standing up, that's how your hands rest. They were a little bit tilted down a little bit too much. And no, my hands do not rest out. My hands rest down by my sides. There's literally no angle to my arm almost when they're resting down. There's very little angle to them. Removing dependencies, a breaking change. Yeah, that was pretty exciting, Modpro, because I thought I was... this stopped me. First of all, like you said that you broke Anathema, but I don't think you should phrase it like that. I don't think you broke anything. Okay, I don't know. There's no blame going your way, right? It actually prevented me from going off on a really weird side quest tangent last night. So I'm happy that what happened, right? Yeah, it was a little bit strange for me. I sort of like I tried to like figure out what was the issue. And I looked at your crate and I could see the Syn crate and the features and I thought maybe you changed something there. So I went through the Git history and you hadn't done a lot of changes, right? And I thought, okay, this doesn't really look like it's anything. That's the only thing that's changed, but it doesn't look like it should be that, right? So I couldn't look at your code changes and figure out why it wasn't working. And it didn't help that I could still go to definition of it, right? Ah, okay. So this means that the file is not there, all right? This means that the file is not there. So you need to save the file in that directory by going to File up here, click on File, click on Save As, and make sure that the location where you save this file is in c:\users\freshie. So when you've saved it, there should be a file here, right? There should be a path up here that reads c:\users\freshie\main.js, right? Yeah, Windows is a little bit more difficult, but the difficulty for me with Windows is that I don't know it enough that I can't really say exactly what needs to happen, right? I can't say exactly what needs to happen. Okay, so we're gonna create a registry now, and to do this, we need to create and initialize. Our Git repository. So the first thing we need to do would be set. What prompted the change? Wait, which set? Which change? Maybe am I missing something? Sorry, I'm lacking some context. I'm doing 3 things at the same time. So first step is to define the config.json file that describes the download path for each package, for each crate. Oh no, I have had this set. Gotcha. Yes. I have done quite a big change. So I have a big backdrop of nothing for my videos, right? So I moved this camera. This camera is for the second camera for my shot. On the other side of the room, I have my camera down here, my other camera, quite far away, and this is my quote-unquote teleprompter that I use. So I have this like big space, open space on this desk, on this nice oak desk that I can use as my set, with the backdrop being just white. So I've taken down a lot of stuff and fiddled around with it. I had to hang something up to help with the sound bouncing around. So yeah. Flexing with oak that I paid nothing for. First step is to find the config.json file that described, no, it doesn't describe, describes the download path for each crate. Kill issue, yeah, we have that too. Wait, is this the same one? Did I miss something? No. Okay, we covered that. So modprog, when I hit delete, does this actually delete it, or does it only work for the person who posted this? Because this is still there. The first step is to find a config.json file that describes the download path for each crate. This file should only have a single entry in... It has a cooldown. Oh, gotcha. Oh. A countdown. Got it. Yeah, I kind of thought so. This file should only have a single entry. And this is JSON. This is my friend JSON. Then that's gonna come from... What do we have something? Did we call it pubreg maybe, right? Right, there we go. We're gonna copy this code. This version only have a single entry. This is correct. This is the download URL. Okay, that makes sense, modprog. That makes sense. Username. Username. Let's make sure that we refer to this as something. Create and initialize a Git repository. For the sake of this post, the repository will be named pubreg. It's all good. Listen, Freshie, hop into Discord if you want, right? There are lots of people there who are even better programmers than I am, who are willing to help you as well, right? This is NeoVim. Helix. Get out of here, Modprog. So yeah, hop onto Discord, Freshie, and I'm happy to help you more if I can. Don't give up, Freshie. Once you got this running, you have technically written your first program now. Oh, welcome, Freshie. You have written your first program. The only step that we're missing is that you run the program. Once you have done this, once you've gotten past the point you can run your program, then you know how to create a file that contains your program and how to execute that program, right? So from there on out, the real adventure stuff starts, right? The real exciting things will begin. But we need to get into the feedback loop of being able to create programs and run the programs. Good work. Good work. This is why I don't show up. It's because of the triangle, man. Keep it up though, Freshie. Keep it up. Okay, so let's break this down. This file should contain. This file should only have a single entry. We have. If you look on the left hand side, under programming, there's a code help one as well. But it's okay to talk about programming anywhere, right? Okay, this file should only have a single entry. The DL value describes how to create the URL for each crate. This means that the file structure in the Git repository is as follows for each crate. Crates. I have to explain the lower prefix, don't I? Okay, let's explain the lower prefix first, right? So let's do a note here. Note that okay, the lower prefix in the DL URL is created. I wonder if we can just get rid of the lower prefix for this case. It's kind of good to have it there, but can we also link to the lower prefix? No, we cannot link to this. This triangle is not right, Temporis. This triangle is too square. And I can't even tell if it's upside down or not. What are you doing with this thing? Looks fun. Welcome to Discord, everyone. A level editor. Nice. Okay, I think I'm gonna do something boring and get rid of the lower prefix. Now I have to destroy the lower prefix here. Destroy. So we have to make... Wait, did I not move that? Where did I put that? Oh, there it is. Yeah, we should be getting rid of this thing. So even though it's a nice to have, we don't need it, right? Have you checked out Ecton's UI? Cushy. Your message failed to send, and then it did it anyway. Damn it, Twitch. Get on with it. So to answer your question, Enrico, when I create a new terminal, if I press Shift Super Space, I will float any window, right? I said terminal, but I float any window. So if I create a Firefox window, I can float that too if I want to. That question was asked a long time ago, but I'm getting around to it, okay? It takes me a while. Now, this thing here, I'm going to have to explain this thing anyway, don't I? So I'm gonna have to explain index files. Okay. Create the registry. First step is to find a config. So we're gonna do this thing, right? And then we can get rid of this. We're linked to the indices, right? The repository should contain a config.json file along with index files. An index file is a file that contains version and meta information about a crate. So each crate has its own index file with the same name as the crate. Given a crate by the name greeter, there should be two files. Greeter, the index file, greeter.crate, the crate. Right, so we have to make sure that this thing is actually putting things in the right place as well. Welcome to Discord. I have streamer mode on, so I don't actually see anyone's name joining now.
need to move this. There we go.
Back. All right. So the thing that confused me a lot was the index files and the fact that we should not use raw GitHub for the index. And the use of the term index is really confusing because we have index files and then we have the registry itself. So we're gonna avoid using the term index for the registry though. Create and initialize a Git repository. For the sake of this post, the repository will be named pubreg. The repository should contain a config.json file along with index files. An index file is a file that contains a version and meta information about a crate. So each crate has its own index file with the same name as the crate. Given a crate by the name greeter, there should be two files: greeter, the index file, and greeter the crate, the crate. And then we have to explain the... Okay, first step is to define the config.json file that describes the download path for each crate. This file should only contain a single entry. Each crate should be uploaded to the crate directory under a subdirectory with the same name as the crate. And finally, the crate itself should be named, should have the version name as the file name. So the greeter crate should, in the Git repository, be located at crates greeter 0.1 .crate. All right, let's read this. Create and initialize a Git repository. For the sake of this post, the repository will be named pubreg. The repository should contain a config.json file along with index files. An index file is a file that contains version. All right, yeah, index file is a file. No, we can ignore saying that it's a file. An index file contains version and meta information about a crate. So each crate has its own index file with the same name as the crate. Given a crate by the name greeter, there should be two files: greeter, the index file; greeter, crate, the crate. The first step is to define the config.json file that describes the download path for each crate. This file should only contain a single entry. We're going to write a note about these two. Note that API and auth required are not in use here. For more information about these settings, see, and then we need to link to here. We're just gonna suck beans. Index configuration. Okay. Yeah, good. Full stop. There's a space there. Do we need a space? No, we don't. What a dumb thing to ask. Each crate should be uploaded to the crate directory. under the subdirectory with the same name as the crate. And finally, the crate itself should have the version name as the file name. So the greeter crate should, in the Git repository, be located at crates greeter 0.1.0 crate. All right, cool. And this is now the last thing we have to do is to create the index files. All right, it seems a little bit silly to, you know, whatever, Vim. I don't think we need this anymore. The DL value describes the... Okay, hang on. Maybe this should be here. The file should only contain a single entry. The DL value describes how to create the URL. Why is URL not... okay, learn URL for each crate. This means that the file structure in the Git repository is as follows for each crate. Right, it should describe how to create the URL for each crate. And then we can do this here. So we break this up a little bit. Let's see what that looks like. Note that API and auth required are not used here. For more information, see index configuration. Each crate should be uploaded to the crate directory. To crates. That's a typo. To the crates directory. Under the subdirectory with the same name as the crate. And finally, the crate itself should have the version name as the file names. The greeter crate should be in the Git repository located at crates, greeter, blah. And now we get to index files. Each crate needs an index file. So for the greeter crate, the index file with the same name as the crate. So for the greeter crate, the index file would look as follow. And now we need to have an index. I wonder what the minimum crate. I wonder what the minimum would be here, right? Oh man, this all has to be on the same line as well. No. Why? No. Abort. I didn't want to quit. Oh my god, I did it again. There we go, right? This should be one liner. So for the greeter crate, the index file will look as follows. Note that each entry, this is pretty grim, pretty Grossenstein. Double lurk, enjoy. Oh man, I'm getting hungry as well. What should we do for like? I can just warm up some pasta from yesterday, some pasta sauce. Each crate needs an index file with the same name as the crate. So for the greeter crate, the index file will look as follows. Name, blah, blah, blah. Each entry in the index file represents a version of the crate. So all what? Each entry, each line in the index file represents a version of the crate. All. So the example above is for one version of the greeter crate and cannot take up more than one line in the index file. All right, so then it's the last thing here. The file structure for the index files are as follows. La la la. For more information, see index files. Well, that was useful. Honestly, brain, don't do this to me. There we go. And now we have to write this annoying part here that we're gonna lift from here. Now, I have to make a quote out of this. From... Oh... Can we do quotes with bullet points? Let's see. Yeah, but it doesn't really show this as a quote. This just looks like code. Doesn't look like quotes. No, it certainly don't look like quotes. Why? It is pretty indented. Package with one character now plays in directory one. Package with two character names. Package with three character names. Directory 3. First character. Okay, hands don't approve. I don't know. So are you saying indent this hello? Are you saying that that should be a quote? Doesn't look any quotey to me. Maybe it needs another space. Nah, that just makes it into code blocks. I wanted quotes because I didn't write this text. This is taken from index files. I just wanted to make the emphasis on that a little bit more. Maybe what we could do, maybe there's like a code thing. Let me have a look. Ow, Mr. Payne, hello. Quote. And. Nah, that just broke it. All right, well, it says from index file. We'll just have to go with it, right? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. All of us stored. All right, we're just gonna do this. Actually, we're gonna do this. Wow, that looks shit. Please don't stop. I like it. It's funny. Aren't you guys hungry? And we can't. Okay, we can't write like this. This is so bad. All right. The following is taken. The following paragraph is taken directly from index files. There you go. Right. Very good. For more information, see index files. Are we done with the draft for this thing? We covered that. CRA. Yeah, we should mention this is using the Git protocol. Actually, we're not showing this in use in the using the. Yes, we are, right? And the URL is not the same as the but this is fine. So we already named this thing here to pubreg, so we should probably do that in that text as well. So now we're kind of at the polishing stage, right? So this thing is just gonna be pubreg. All right, let's do this thing. Create the crate. The first crate is to have something that can be added to the registry. This is to confirm that it's working. And for the sake of this post, the crate will be referred to as greeter. An example, which is used for the remainder of this post, would be a library with a public function that's called greet and prints out hello. All right, let's start by doing that. No, lib. There we go, right? Good grief. Sometimes I just want to give up. Hello. Right, that's it. That's our greeter crate. Create and initialize a Git repository. For the sake of this post, the repository will name pubreg. Okay, so let's go to GitHub and let's create that thing, right? New repository. Pubreg. All right, I already have that. Well then, you fiddlestick. Let's go to pubreg and let's delete this thing now. Settings. Danger zone. Delete this repository. Oh my god. I have to use a bloody security key to do this. It's a typo. You save. It's supposed to be PL for print line. I have to just walk around the universe now. Use secure key. It's a lot of security to do something. It is lunchtime. I need to eat some lunch too at some point. Okay, so pub reg. Create the repository. Pub reg here. And then we're just gonna set the upstream for that. Git init. All right. Okay, there we go. So now we're gonna follow this thing. So create an initialized repository. We've done this. The repository should contain a config.json file. Okay, let's make a config.json file along with index file. An index file contains version and meta information about a crate. So each crate is its own index file with the same name as crate. Given a crate by name greeter, there should be two files, greeter and greeter crate. First step is to find the config.json file that describes the download path for each crate. This file should only contain a single entry. All right, there we go. Bob, I think this is fine. Okay. The DL value describes how to create the URL for each crate. Note that API not required is not used here. For more information, this is see index configuration. Each crate should be uploaded to the crates directory under a subdirectory with the same name as the crate. And finally, the crate itself should have the version name as the file name. So the greeter crate should in the Git repository be located at crates greeter. Okay, crate. Okay, so maybe we should write how to generate the crate. So that might be useful to have. What an awkward thing. I think that's a bug. So create the crate. To generate a crate file, run cargo package. Okay. We're gonna use allow dirty for this thing. The Kisla, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. All right, so there is our package. Target package. The package, the package will be located in target package greeter. Is it dash 0.1.0.crate? All right, and then we also need to generate the checksum for this thing. So we can just do a SHA-256 sum for the greeter crate. Whoops. There you go, right? I don't know if we're going to specify this. I don't know if this information can be generated from somewhere else. I think we can do this thing. We just note this down, right? To generate the checksum for the package for the crate can be done with. I realized the terrible grammar there. Do not worry about it. I read it. I see it. There we go. Bank holiday. Bank holiday is when you're not working, right? It's when the banks are closed, but yeah, various days are bank holidays. It works on Windows too. Well, I can't speak for that though. So I just say assuming it's available. That's enough, I think. Okay. So then we have the Shah, right? And now we can continue. Each crate should be uploaded to the crates directory under a subdirectory with the same name as the crate, and finally the crate itself should have the version name as the file name. So the greeter crate in the Git repository. So the greeter crate should in the Git repository be located at crates greeter and then 0.1.0, right? So let's do that. Let's move the greeter crate to pub reg crates. Okay. What's happening here? Is Tmux having a fit? Yeah. Okay, so let's go to temp. Let's go to pub reg. Let's make a directory called crates. Let's make a directory called greeter. I think that's what we would need, right? 0.1.0 dot crate. Yeah, I think that's it. Hello, Skylight. How you doing? All right, so we have now moved that in here. Each crate needs an index file with the same name as the crate. So for the greeter crate, the index file should look as follows. Each index file represents a version of the crate. So the example above is... So the example about if for, what does that mean? If for. Is for one version of the greeter crate and cannot take up more than one line in the index file. The file structure for the index files are as follows. The following paragraph is taken from here. So for the greeter crate, the index file would be located in gr et greeter under the name greeter. There we go. I'm just writing a post. So I went through setting up a private repository for crates on GitHub, and I struggle. So I'm writing down how I got there. As each crate needs an index file with the same name as the crate. So for the greeter crate, the index file would look as follow: name, greeter versions, blah, 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 checks and blah. Each line in the index file represents a version of the crate. So the example above is for one version of the greeter crate and cannot take up more than one line in the index file. The file structure for the index files are as follows. The following paragraph is taken directly from the index files. Packages with one character name is placed in directory name 1, 2, 2, 3 are placed in directory 3. First character, where first character is the first character of package name. The other two, all right, a name. Okay, so I see we need to clean it up. All the other packages stored in directory is named first two, second two. Like that. We're almost done with this now, right? All the packages stored in directory is named first two, second two, where the top directory is the first two characters of the package name, and the next subdirectory is the third and fourth character of the package name. For example, cargo would be stored in a file name CARG, cargo, right? Oh, good spot, Yusuf. Good spot. It is definitely not. If I wrote TR. There you go. There we go. Good spot. The prosecution contains blah, 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 blah. Okay, so here we are, right? For more information, the index file. So the greeter crate. So for the greeter crate, the index file will be located in gree under the name greeter. Okay, so let's make that then, right? Did I end that? Okay, right. So let's go to temp. Pub reg. Gr. Well, if we do -p, we don't have to go through that. Gree. All right, and then we're gonna go into gree and we're gonna make a file in here called greeter. Is it greeter or greet? Greeter. All right. So we should be able to copy this now. And paste that in there. The checksum is possibly going to be wrong. So, whoops, wrong window. So we're going to look at the checksum. This is some other old hat. So let's go to temp, post whatever, greeter, package, shop. What? Oh yeah, I deleted it. Okay, so let's do a cargo whatever. Do that again. Really? Oh, .crate. Okay, there we are. So that's the one we need. I assume that it would generate the same every time you build it. I could be wrong. We're about to find out. Actually, we don't have to find out. Yeah, I bungled that one. Something fierce, didn't I? Where are you? There we go. That's what I wanted. I have not tried the Zen browser. What does it do? What is it? What problem does it solve? Okay, so I'm gonna move greeter crate into greeter. No. Pub repo crates greeter. There we go. So now we know we have the right one, right? The greeter have an index of category on the name greeter used. Okay, so now we can do this now. So git add. Whoops. Git add. Git commit initial. We're gonna skip the 5. Gonna push this, and then we're gonna make our crate that uses it. Right, so we're gonna do a new crate here, cargo, new use it, and then we're gonna change cargo config.toml, and then here we have to dump this code in there. It'll be pretty hot if this just works, man. And then in here in dependencies, we're gonna dump this in there. It's so like Arc browser. I don't know what Arc browser is. You're comparing one thing that I don't know anything about to another thing I don't know anything about. So it's really hard for me to say. Did I not push this? I did. All right. So we have greeter, gree, and there's a greeter in there. There's a greeter there. It's pub reg. There's a config.js in there. Okay. So this is pointing to pub reg. All right, and it's trying to use flop, so we changed flop to greeter. And that worked. Why didn't it work here in use it? Okay, so we're going to compare these two. So that's index pub reg. Yeah, that part is right. Let's look at the TOML file. Greeter version 0.1. Greeter version 0.1, my registry. Nice. Have a good one, Freshie. Good work. Good on getting started. Okay, but they look the same to me. So we have greeter there, and we have greeter there. Okay, let's just diff the cargo TOML file with this TOML file. Okay, that's the only thing that's different. Okay, let's go for cargo config. Ah? Wait, how are they different? They're not different. I mean, wait, does this one say that it doesn't exist? What? Pugreg? Oh, man. I am so blind. Good spot. There's no dogs here. There we go. That's it. It's a register of pugs. So that's... Let's make sure that I didn't write pug. I did write pugreg there. Well, we should probably see to that then. Pug. There we go. Okay, so I think that's it as far as this article is concerned, or this post. Use the create a project which is right. Add this thing. Note the registry attribute. We talked about this. Do not use raw. Create config.js and sources. Okay, let's get rid of the craft. That is old hat, and let's leave the sources in because we're not animals. That's it. Oh man, Ryman, I have not read any of his stuff in years. Was it he that wrote The Magician? Yeah. Oh my god, I read this as a kid. Oh, that's very familiar. Damn, have you read this recently? What is this? Someone made like all right, don't get me cancelled. Come on, internet. Okay, I think we're good. I think we can take this out of draft. Yeah, it's definitely from my youth as well. Ooh, okay, so we should now shortly be able to see. All right. And you guys know what I'm like. So I will behead and criticize anyone who has typos. So we are going to make sure that we don't have any typos. All right. So I can keep standing on my soapbox and criticize other people. All right. So the post should be up there now. A personal creates repository using Git. For this post, GitHub is used, but any Git repository could be used. Create the crate. The first crate is to have something that can be added. This reads poorly. This is to confirm that it's working. For the sake of this post, the crate will be referred to as greeter. An example which is used for the remainder of this post would be a library with a public function, greet, to generate the crate file run cargo package. The package will be located in target blah blah blah. The checksum can be generated with shell sum greeter crate, assuming it's available. Oh yeah, we're not even saying what we're gonna do with this checksum, right? The index file needs to have the checksum. So let's find the index file. I wonder if there's like a better way of generating these checksums or generating these index files. There must be a way of generating index files. Is there not? No, this looks nonsense. Nah, I don't want. I just check in my editor. I'm not that lazy. I'm more interested in knowing how can we. Well, no, that's gonna be update. How do we generate the index? Maybe that's under cargo publish, and I just didn't think about it. Yeah. Dry run, please. Register index URL to upload the package to. Package to publish. Path to car is not. Yeah, it probably is. It probably is more so than when you're writing. It's probably more useful when you have documentation, like in the code and such, right? But there's nothing. Okay, cargo help publish. So this is a little bit rubbish. This doesn't tell you how the index is generated. So it has to be generated by hand for this. So this isn't great. So we need really to say when you create this index file. So we can refer to that as the C What have you been programming though? 64. I feel like what people did in the past to impress the professors, I don't know anything about this. I don't impress anyone. And that don't impress me much. But what people did was to make either like a basic operating system, some kind of virtual machine or programming language. But I'm kind of thinking that what about going for a new concept or a new idea, right? Maybe like I was gonna say a whole new graphics API, but that's probably gonna take a while. Wouldn't you like to know, cat peasant? Wait, I have a camera. Okay. Shai, you need to shave. Okay. What should we suggest for that? I think programming languages and operating system and these things, like they've been done so many times, right? And everyone's done a database, right? So programming a database doesn't really do much either. Network protocols aren't that. Oh my god, how depressing is this to think about? How depressing is this? Nah, everyone's written game engines, and the thing that makes projects like game engines, I have never written a game engine. Well, no, I haven't. The thing that makes game engines impressive is the polish, and the polish takes a long time. So if you want to do something for your first year, I don't think a game engine is a good idea. I think robots and drones, even swarming behavior on drones aren't that interesting. And this is now getting into hardware territory, which might not be where they want to go. I'm thinking about something new and innovative, right? Not something that takes a long time because it requires a lot of polish and a lot of grind, but some kind of distributed, maybe not that either. Gunlang, that's my project. That's how I'm one day gonna graduate from university with a degree in nonsense. Yeah, and so the thing is, if I were to write something around drones for my first year of comp sci, I probably would do things like swarming behavior and stuff like that, right? To really create fearful stuff. But yeah, writing a parser is a good programming exercise, but if you've been programming since you were a child, and I can relate to this, XH, then doing a parser is a weekend project, not a year project. The goal is to blow your own mind and possibly the professor's mind, right? And I don't think a parser is gonna do that unless you got some ace up your sleeves, right? Unless you have some new algorithm for parsing or whatever. I'm looking around to see if there's anything of like interest. I think what really is fascinating is things like new takes, right? On various formats, right? And an image editor also requires a lot of polish. I don't think a physical application is a good choice. I don't think any, because when they lack the polish, you instantly gonna go, I mean, it's cool, but it lacks polish. GPU accelerated chess engine. Actually, that's not a bad idea, right? Now we're into space that I don't even know, right? So we're talking about compute shaders, right? So maybe something with compute shaders, right? Because that's where the hotness is, right? You got like thousands of threads that can execute concurrently, right? It's pretty damn impressive, but you also have to communicate. I think the whole AI, machine learning, whatever, is a bit of a snooze fest, but that's my personal take on it. No, I would explore. I mean, it depends on what you want to do, right? Are you looking for something that's going to set you aside from other people? Are you looking for something that you're going to continue afterwards? Or are you looking for something that's going to get you to pass the class, right? Trees on the GPU is FML. Probably. Devin, wasn't Devin a massive scam? Along with that rabbit thing, I think they soiled the good name of rabbits, those dirtbags. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, H? Polishing a project is not a problem, but I feel like AI-related stuff is just way too redundant to impress everyone at this point. Yes, but the thing with polish, right, is that it takes a lot of time and it's not interesting work. It's mundane work, right? So if we're talking about UI in terms of user interfaces, then, I mean, don't get me wrong, that could be a whole different thing to do, right? Something with user interfaces. But now we're getting into kind of UX and design more than programming, right? Building good user interfaces is a tremendous skill, but not programming. We just do programming out here. I think what I mean when I say polish, XH, right? Is that you can build an editor or a programming language or a database reasonably quick. Maybe you can knock this out in a couple of weeks, but it's going to have a lot of sharp edges. So you end up spending lots of time fixing edge cases and all that stuff, right? And this polish doesn't teach you anything other than software has bugs. You need to fix bugs, okay? It doesn't teach you anything else. Well, it teaches you that you have to do it, right? But that's not going to impress anyone. If you come up with a new algorithm for compressing sandwiches into 12 bytes, now you got something amazing that doesn't need polish because the algorithm is small, it's self-contained, and or if you come up with a protocol for I don't know, collision-free version control, right? Merge-free version control. There you go. Okay. Write a version control system with zero merge conflicts ever, regardless what anyone does. But it should also allow force push, but never any conflicts. Right? Hello, Studied. I've just finished writing a post, which is what I've done most of today. That's by default integrated. You don't have to make the edits. It's just assumed by Git now, right? I think solving problems that aren't too widely known can also be quite interesting. Solving the traveling salesman problem, that would be great if you could do that. But it's such a well-known problem. There are like smaller problems to focus on as well. But this is why I think polish isn't interesting, right? You come up with a format or a protocol or some pretty self-contained solution to an interesting problem or a different take to something. So maybe not a database, but the way you do distribution of data or something like that. Then the amount of polish needed is very low. The main effort is going to be in figuring this out, right? So it'd be a lot of grinding, algorithms and the likes, right? But I mean that's kind of if you want to go that route where you want to blow someone's mind, right? If you just want to pass your grade, and I honestly don't know what to say because I haven't, so who am I to give advice? on that. I just know that I worked with people, helped them with their projects. I helped my sister-in-law with her project, which was a remote heart monitor, health monitor. She's an engineer. So I helped her with that. And that's not mind-blowingly interesting, right? It's an interesting project, but it's not going to blow anyone's mind. But she's certainly going to pass it, right? She's going to pass the grade. So if you're just looking to pass the grade, then you can probably pick just about anything. There are so many interesting white papers out there that I haven't read. I'm sure that we can add more to them, of course. Okay. Each crate needs an index file with the same name as the crate. So for the greeter crate, the index file would look as follows. We should probably make it. Can we like make a little like a little small here, right? Note that checksum. Like, can we just do that? That's kind of shit, isn't it? Oh, qué fuerte, madre mía. Oye, ayudarme, por favor. Oh. All right. Dios mío. All right. Note the checksum. So we'll just do. We probably want to put the brackets in there. That looks pretty stupid. ¿Por qué nada? No lo sé. ¿Quién es el María? ¿Quién es el María? ¿Qué es el María? Santa Maria. It's tiny. You're tiny. Actually, I don't know that, Joseph. Okay. Note the checksum will... Oh, man, I hate this thing right now. Note that if you copy... note that the checksum has to be generated per crate. Although that's weird. Ugh, that's just dumb. All right, fine. We'll take it out. All right, we've explained how to generate the checksum up there. You're good. What? There's a post vacation thing though, Modprog. There's the thing. Where did you go? Sorry. All right, I think I'm done with this post. Well, let's just republish this. Okay, there was no changes. The Alps. I went there once. I went to Zelamzee and I went to another place that I can't remember now. And I wish I remembered it. That must have been cool. I think we're good. I think we're good. If anyone wants to read this post, if you want to set up your own private crates repo using GitHub, and you don't want to struggle with the ridiculous things that I did, then this is how you can do it. There was some things missing from there. I think we have added value to the interwebs here. Should we eat some food and then write some code? Now the modprog has fixed the thing. Should we try it out? Well, what's it, the flop thing? No, it was not. We're going to remove that one. Topo. come on, you typo infested head. All right, now it didn't. Oh yeah, okay, idiot me. Hang on. Drop node path. That is a good question, Joseph. I don't remember how I found that out. I mean, we've been at this for 5 hours. Holy. Okay. Well, we've been at this for a few hours. Sounds good. Tick. I don't remember where we came across that, Joseph. But now you know. Now you know. It was probably a hint from some cargo something rather. Okay, I could have linked to there, but I don't want to keep that around. So we're not gonna do that. Okay, so we need to add everything, commit a VIP or a VUP. And then we need to switch to dev. No, yes, maybe, I don't know. We need to pull. And then we're gonna switch to drop node path, and then we're gonna merge dev. All right, so now if we do a cargo run, it should be fine. Yes, although is this one of those stupid things? Yeah, I mean, we were in the midst of it. Okay, I need to go and eat some food. So, what should we do? I don't want to not to. Okay, listen, we gotta go and eat some food. Yeah, so the reason I use git switch, I started doing this a few years ago, is if you have a file with the same name as a branch, there is the off chance that you are doing something you don't want to do with git checkout branch name if there's a file with the same name. So git switch and git switch -c to create branches is pretty good. Git add -p is also super useful. I'm going to be back. I'm just going to go and cook some food, eat said food, and watch a bit of crappy TV, and then I'll be back. So rather than keeping the stream going, we'll pass you on to someone else. Who should we pass you on to? There is no one. There's no one streaming. Okay, let's just do a Control F Rust. No, that's me. I don't care about that. I'll find the next Rust nerd. There's only me.
There's only me.
We need more Rust people. Do any of you want to stream? All right, I'm gonna just have to load everyone on Twitch. It's still just me doing Rust. Modprog, do you want to hop on? Cat Peasant, are you still here? Do you want to go? Museum, are you here? Do you want to go? Otherwise, we'll just end it here. Tim is on though, right? We can raid Tim. Listen, give me the number to your job, and I'll give me the number to your boss, and I call them up, and I'll tell them what a bunch of selfish They are. All right, we'll rate Tim. Give my regards to Tim. I'm going to give some food to myself. You guys are great, and I'll see you in like 40, 50 minutes, give or take, for the next disaster. Bye for now.